Good morning. Welcome to day two of our IAASB board meetings in December. Today we have, I think, four topics and maybe stretch into five topics for our agenda. I'll explain to you why that is the case. We're first going to lead off with the strategy and work plan, the updated document that's been presented to you as agenda item 4. The IAASB representatives are going to come in and update us on their work. We're going to turn to targeted issues on fraud. And if we have a little bit of time, which I assume we will, I think the PI enlisted entity task force wants to bring back one or two matters to us. And then we'll finish up with an update on our outreach related to sustainability, ED 5000. So that's our plan for the day. We're going to kick it off with the strategy and work plan. I'm going to work with Billy and Fadi, who've been helping out along with the planning committee on this project. Our goal is to get the strategy and work plan approved later this week. The planning committee appreciates very much the offline comments we have received. I'll highlight a few places where we've received comments throughout the document that goes on top. Our goal is to incorporate those offline comments, the feedback we get in the discussion today, in the final document that's going to be presented to the board on Thursday for its approval. So if you flip the slide, just a reminder of this year-long journey that we've been on, or a little bit more than a year, because it took some time to develop the strategy and work plan for consultation that was approved last December. We published the consultation paper in January. The comment period closed on April 11th. We had a number of opportunities to discuss this document and the feedback within the planning committee and at the board, particularly in September. And now we're at the point of approval. If you flip the slide. So just as a reminder and some context for this, remember, our strategy document is not everything we do. It's meant to be a clear articulation of our ambitious goal and the means by which we will get there. It's the strategic objective and our actions. Our work plan element is in more detail, but remember that ties very closely to our strategic objectives. And in my way, it's sort of the extra bit of detail we need to give because we run a standard setting process that must have full transparency. Since the last draft that we shared with the board, we got feedback in September, and we've gotten some offline feedback. On the strategy portion of the document, I would say that there aren't huge substantive changes that have been made. There seemed to be a really good consensus that we were in the right direction. So I sort of laugh when I see the heading of this slide where it says significant changes. I would suggest that none of the changes that we are making are significant in terms of directionally. I really call this is about refinements that we have made through the document on our on our goal and the description of it. You remember we had this big list of standards, everything that we do, because we were so afraid to offend someone that we're leaving something out. In fact, we removed that, consolidated it. We added kept the concept of reviews being part of the audit, part of our work. And we got rid of, I think it was a Chud Weed comment about the high quality engagement, right? We're now just quality engagements, like either quality or not. So on that, we made some amendments in the strategic drivers and so the strategic action section, but really we're keeping it rather narrow in terms of our changes in the document, as you saw presented. We did get some offline comments. I think a few of you suggested in places we could be a little bit more positive about the language and active. So we didn't sound defensive in a few places, particularly about some of the work that's already been done on the monitoring group reforms and the progress that we have made in some places. We have, I think Greg made this point, to make sure that we're aligned, particularly in strategic objective 1, with our goal to include the reviews, the language of reviews in it, particularly if we're going to take on a 2410, even through an outsourced project, a partially outsourced project. I think the greatest thing that we got, and which will flow through some of the discussion we attend, maybe particularly on the work plan, is greater clarity about what we're supposed to do on technology. And that was not in this in the version you had, but in a version that we're going to go to the planning committee, because a number of comments came back, and this will go into this concept of integrated projects. So I'll defer much of the discussion to that element. But what are we going to do on technology? And can we separate that point out in the strategic actions as it associates with strategic objective 1? And so we have some language we're proposing to the planning committee. We plan on coming back. We'll talk about it in principle when we get to the work plan itself. And so those are the major refinements that we have done in the document. I don't think anything rises to major, but as I said, we're clarifying languages, making it more positive, and providing clarity, particularly on the relationship on technology to strategic objective 1. Vili, have I missed anything out on the first part before we get to the work plan?
No, that was all.
Okay, Fadi, okay. So let me pause there and see if anyone has any reaction on everything up to the specific work plan. Eric.
Thanks, Tom, and perhaps you're going to cover this, but I reflected back on the extensive discussion we had about technology in September, and I guess I was one of the offline comments that suggested there could be more in the objective explaining how the board is going to deal with some of the significant questions that came up in the September meeting, because I didn't see any real change in those actions resulting from that discussion that we had in September. And I made a few suggestions of how that might be done.
Thank you. Maybe I could read sort of what we're intending to share with the planning committee later today, but I think it's germane to this and it will help flow, because I think your point is really important. People are we got enough comment letters in response to the strategy work plan and also through 500 that are asking, so what are you actually going to do? And remember that we spent a lot of time over the last few years building up research on disruptive technology and other technological efforts at this board. And I think that was foundational, but now the question is, so what? So we're intending to add a bullet under the strategic actions as opposed to strategic objective 1 that says articulate a clear vision and roadmap on our approach to addressing technology because of the growing use of technology by entities and auditors. This vision and roadmap will guide standard setting and other related activities. So we're making a very specific call is that this board needs to really figure out. We had a whole discussion in my mind last time is, should it be guided? Should it be standard? Should it be requirements? I don't think we're in any position as a board to determine what it should be, but it's clear to me that we need a frank, open, and well-researched discussion at the board so we can determine what our right actions are on future standard setting projects. And there's sort of this effort to clarify that. And beyond that, we just don't know to this point. And so we should make a clear commitment. This is actually not dissimilar to what we did on LCE, remember? We said we will decide what the right action is on LCE. We didn't say that we were going to write the standard first. Let's decide at the board what's the right action and commit to do it quickly and then move forward. So we'll talk about the implication if we agree to that on the strategic action front, what that means for the work plan. I don't know if that's more responsive to your friend, because obviously then we have to give the detail of what the implications are. I don't know if you have any reaction to that, Eric.
Well, that was certainly along the lines that I suggested, so thanks.
We were sitting at the table, I came up last week, and Fadi and Billy and I, yes, Michelle, you can flip the slide. Last week, and we were like, we tried to figure out how to respond, and we were like, yeah, now we understand, like, we need clarity on this front, and like, what are the steps that would immediately follow, and what are the implications? So that was a very good suggestion. Anyone else on this point? Or other points in everything up to the work plan? Okay, I think we're into the work plan element of the document. I'll hand it over to Billy in a second. If you flip the slide, Michelle. Thank you. So Billy, I'll explain what we've done in the document and what will be coming forward. The one area that you will not see perfectly reflected in this document, and where we got some offline comments, included Eric and from others, Sue, I think you provided some, and someone else, Wendy provided, is, okay, if you've made that point on strategic actions, and we read what you're talking about on the integrated project, what does it actually mean for the work that is being done? Like, what are the actual steps that the board are going to undertake from here over the next couple of years? And what are its implications for 500, 330, and other work on technology? So we have not gotten to that point adequately, clearly in this paper. And so one of the things that we're talking about here, and Billy, you'll outline it, is to provide clarity on that point. And so Billy will provide what we're thinking about on that front, and then the other changes that are being made in the document. Billy?
Okay, thank you, Tom. So moving on to the work plan section then of the strategy and work plan. So maybe just to summarize where we are on the journey here. So following the September meeting, firstly, we made some structural changes to the work plan, and that's really to improve the flow of the work plan section of the strategy and work plan document, especially in the context of, you would have seen we have an updated table A that talks to the projects underway at the start of 2024, and then a new table B that now articulates the planned new projects to be taken on during this work plan period. And because of that, we just had to make sure that everything fits nicely together and flows. The work plan will now include 3 main sections on our planned activities for 2024 to 2027, our coordination with the ethics board, and then also the allocation of our resources. The main section would obviously be our planned actions for 2024 to 2027, which we have now put into 3 subsections that deals with the project underway at the start of 2024, the planned commencement of new projects during this work plan period, and also other ongoing initiatives. So Fadi, if you can, Michelle, switch the slide, please. Next slide. So in terms of the projects underway at the start of 2024, this is primarily reflected in table A, and you would have seen we've also included 2 notes to the table. So in the first instance, in respect of our projects ongoing concern, Track 2 and fraud, nothing basically changes. We will continue with those as we planned, with the targeted final approvals as it is indicated in agenda item 4A. With respect to the integrated project, following on from what Thomas said, So after the September meeting, the Planning Committee reflected on the discussion we had in relation to addressing audit evidence and technology-related matters, also in the context of the two options that were presented to the board in September. We reflected on the feedback that we received from CAG, as well as ongoing outreach that was undertaken in Q4, in particular with monitoring group members and other regulators, as well as discussions that we've had with the PIOB. So I think in all, what we heard is that many commentators highlighted that there is a need for us to be more ambitious in respect of addressing relevant audit evidence and technology-related matters, and a need to more inclusively consider, sorry, Michelle, you can flip the slide, to more inclusively consider and concurrently address revisions to ISA 500 and ISA 330. And this therefore relates to addressing both the reference framework aspects and the reference framework aspects in ISA 500 and the performance aspects in ISA 330, and we also added ISA 520, is encouraged to undertake an overarching project on internal controls. So we went back to the comments that we received on the strategy and work plan consultation. We noticed that 2 monitoring group members, as well as 5 of the 6 regulators that commented, did indicate the IAASB should undertake a project on ISA 330 that needs to also particularly focus on internal control testing. And then there was 1 monitoring group member that specifically indicated that we need to undertake a project on internal controls. So again, we discussed this with the PIOB as well, and decided that the best way is to, in the 330 project, that would in any case have been one of the components that would have to be addressed, and we can maybe just draw out the prominence of that. So, so this is all captured in the issues paper and also reflected in note 1. Note 1 to table A. But I think now, building a little bit on what Thomas said, when we look at the integrated project and building off the new strategic action that we will implement in terms of establishing a board position on addressing technology in the ISAs, we have now in table B, and you don't have to go to table B now, I'm just giving, because it's good to start there. So in table B, when we look at the integrated project, we have now tried to much more clearly articulate that the information gathering and research activities for that project will be aimed at 3 things. It will be aimed at establishing a board position on addressing technology in the ISAs, developing a project proposal, incorporating revisions to ISA 500, 330, and 520, and also creating recommendations for any additional standard setting actions or other actions like developing or commissioning of non-authoritative guidance. So the reason why I've taken you to table B is because of that change we made there in the document that we still need to discuss with the planning committee this afternoon. You will see, therefore, we have done a few updates to the note of the table A around ED 500 to just align with those changes that we are proposing in terms of how do we describe the integrated project, and that we wanted to be clearer in terms of the board needs to have a position on technology that will then obviously inform the project, because from both the strategy and work plan consultations, we've heard that there is a need for a broader scope of this project to look at 500 and 330, as I explained, including particularly focusing on the impact of technology, and that then can inform the specific work we're doing on 500 and 330. And as we said last time, and I think it's reflected in some of the work that the Audit Evidence Task Force has done already, that there's also a need maybe for actions beyond standard setting. So that is in terms of ED 500 as part of the integrated approach. Then the other amendment that we had to make is, you will see there was also a note in relation to the project to finalize ISA 5000, because as you will hear later on today as well, during the outreach that we did following the issuing of ED 5000, we have clearly heard that there's a big demand for non-authoritative guidance in the context of the pace at which sustainability reporting and sustainability assurance is developing, and the need for capacity building. And we clearly heard the message that we can't wait to develop this non-authoritative guidance after we've completed the standard. So there will be a need to do some of this parallel with finalizing the standard. So we have allocated resources for that, and we do envisage that certain of the key materials will be ready at the same time that the standard is finalized, but also realistic that there's no way we will be able to do everything by the time the standard is finalized. So some of that will continue beyond 2024. Michelle, then if you flip the slide, please. Then the other one is table B. So when we get to table B, this is a completely new table. That's why it was also not shown in marked in the version that you received. So again, following the September meeting, the planning committee performed a final review of the outcomes of the September meeting in terms of new projects to be taken on. Also considering what I just explained in terms of the integrated project for audit evidence and risk response. Also consider the relative priority of the topics that we analyzed and that was presented to the board in September, and the available resources and capacity at certain times during the 4-year period. So that culminated in table B, reflecting the 8 projects that in September the board gave us direction in terms of adopting onto the work plan for 2024 to 2027. And on the slide, we just highlighted that there are a few where there's some additional notes to those projects. The integrated project, like I said, that has to be read together with what we're saying in terms of ED 500 under table A. But remember now the adjustments that we say we are going to do based on the offline comments that the board has provided. On ISRE 2410, we have earmarked that as a project where we think we can coordinate with NSS to provide us with staff resources to assist us in developing that project. Some of you will remember we did something similar when we revised ISRS 4400. Then on the other project, which will have a technology focus, we've just indicated that any work there will be dependent on the outcome of the work that we do on the integrated project. And then the last one, we've got a placeholder for additional standard setting related to sustainability. I think we agree that it is prudent to have a placeholder, but it is difficult at this point to know what that will be, because there's also a balance that needs to be maintained in terms of allowing 5,000 to be adopted and implemented, but also balanced with there may be specific needs that arise that are not fully clear maybe at the time that we approve the work plan. So we've just highlighted those items. Then Michelle, if you can turn the slide. In addition to those 8 projects, we've also added 2 other projects to the work plan that came out of developments during and after the September meeting. The one is a possible project on conforming and consequential amendments to our standards flowing from IAASB's use of experts projects that was approved last week. We know that this is conditional. Obviously, it is dependent on how that project progresses when they receive their comments back on exposure. But we anticipate that because they are introducing or they're proposing to introduce new definitions and terminology and explicit ethical requirements addressing the competence, capabilities, and objectivity of experts, that there might be a need on our side to look at how that affects our standards, and particularly ISA 620. And then the maintenance of the ISA for LCE, you will remember that discussion in September, where I think the board position in the end was that we recognize the need for a period of stability, and we've now articulated it that there will be a period of stability of at least 3 years. Lastly, what you will see reflected in the work plan as well is that there are a few projects that had to be deferred. So they are on our radar. They might be elevated during the 4-year period, depending on specific needs that arise in the environment, or how the projects that we have taken on progresses, or because if we get additional staff resources. But that is revision of ISA 620, 720 revised, and also XBRL assurance, just to abbreviate that. And then at the end of the work plan, we still have the section on our ongoing work streams and the way that we've articulated how we will also keep a focus on the need for implementation support activities. So I think that takes us through the work plan. And like I said, I've also highlighted to you the changes that we intend to make around the integrated project in terms of very clear on the focus of those three things that needs to be addressed. But Tom, at this point, I think we are ready to take questions.
Questions and comments. Yeah. Okay. It's a little bit to digest. So if you have questions on what Billy suggested, I'm open to that. And also if you have comments about what we're suggesting. Kai.
Good morning, everyone, and thanks very much for the explanations, Tom and Willie. I'm very happy with this strategy and work plan. Nevertheless, I have some comments. I would start with table B in the strategy and work plan with respect to the project on conforming and consequential amendments arising from the IAASB's use of experts project. I'm a little bit concerned that through the use of the term conforming and consequential amendments and other wording in the description, there appears to be a presumption that what IAASB has prepared, including any definition it sets, are automatically appropriate for the IAASB standards. Until these matters have been appropriately deliberated at the IAASB and subjected to due process, at most the project can explore whether the changes to the IAASB's code are appropriate for IAASB standards. For these reasons, the title and descriptions of the project may need to be worded, in my view, in a more cautious manner. This is my first comment. I have some additional comments. Yeah, shall I go on? Yeah, okay. My next comment is with respect to the project on the ISRE 2010. I'm a little bit concerned with the assertion in relation to the alignment of review standard like ISRE 2010 with the concepts and principles in the ISAs for audits, which are reasonable assurance engagements. In particular, I discussed with my TA who was on the ISRE 2400 task force, informs me that when ISRE 2400 was written, there was a conscious decision not to align the practitioner's report with any auditor's report to further differentiate a review from audits of financial statements. The reference to alignment with ISA 700 would run counter to that. In addition, given the criteria for CAM in ISA 701, I'm not convinced that a review engagement forms an appropriate basis for CAM. So I do not understand the reference to ISA 701. While I do see there may be some conceptual definition issues that can be adopted. Sorry. The reference to alignment with ISA 700 would run counter to that. That was also mentioned. In addition, given the criteria for CAM in 701, I'm not convinced that a review engagement forms an appropriate basis for CAM. So I do not understand the reference to ISA 701. This is what I mentioned. But I do see that there may be some conceptual definitional issues that can be adopted from ISA 570 regarding going concern. The work effort in ISA 570 for an audit cannot be transported to a review engagement. In my view, there's a real danger that the project to align ISRE 2410 to ISRE 2400, would be subject to considerable scope creep that would then also end up in the need to revise ISRE 2400 in a way that could undermine review engagement as a limited assurance engagements. I therefore suggest that the material in the parentheses be deleted. I have some further comments. Shall I go on? Yeah, okay. Sorry.
While you search for the next comment, let me just say we picked up both of those points. We're going to add more contingent language on use of experts project. Let's be clear that it's most likely going to result in a project for this board, but clearly we have to see how the IAASB project runs. In terms of ISRE 2410, agree with your point that we shouldn't prejudge the use of ISA terminology and ISA approaches in it, but you're clearly going to have to consider that. So we've softened some of the language that's gone to the planning committee. So I just figured give you an interlude while you search for your other comments.
That's great. That's good. Thanks very much. I have a comment on the project on materiality. I'm concerned with the last sentence, which appeared to be extended to project beyond the ISAs to other IAASB standards, which may involve considerable scope creep. I suggest that the project on materiality be limited to audits of financial statements, and that any consideration of extending changes to the concept to other standards be subject to additional project. I think that's all so far.
Yeah, we'll take that. We'll take that language to be clear that it'll just provide input for another project. The whole point, though, was to say that there are cross-cutting implications potentially of any work on materiality. Fernando.
Thank you, Tom and Willie, for the very detailed explanation on the changes and the rationales. Just 2 comments or suggestions here. The first one, maintenance of the ISA for LCE. If you consider maybe having this as an ongoing project in 26 and 27 instead of killing that, as you can read here, finalize, considering that maybe there will be changes in 26, 27, and that group needs to continue gathering information and do the maintenance or changes for the 2028. I think that's how we read it in the plan before. And the next one is just a question on whether you consider any post-implementation review for ISQMs maybe commencing in 2027, which will give us like 5 years since the standard was effective. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Diane?
Thanks, Tom and Willie. I did send some comments in, and the only one I really wanted to just bring up here was I probably should call it the infamous 500 project. And really, this is just about, there's a lot of detail in here. And in particular, it appears maybe more committed to the direction than I thought maybe collectively we were at. And in particular, there's a comment in here that we will pursue the internal controls element, which I thank you for providing the feedback as to where that came from. But I'm just not sure that we've fully vetted that and are in a position to say, yes, that is the direction we're going. So my only word of caution is there too much detail on the direction as to where 500 could go? Thanks.
Yeah, well, we've tried to I viewed some of the language is causing confusion and being convoluted. So we're trying to simplify that language, being clear. Point on the internal control point, at minimum, we're going to have to examine that as part of 330 because the PIOB does have the right to put something forward. They've clearly expressed this point to us in the public interest issues that they have. We've gotten this same point from our MG members. So clearly as part of the examination of NA 330, and likely because 315 talks about insignificant. I went through this before I went to the PIOB meeting, significantly about the internal control and control environment. The intent probably would have to be to flow that through. So I hope we've cleared that up in the latest version on it, Billy.
Yeah, we've certainly made some changes in line with the changes we're making in Table B to be clearer about those three things that the information gathering and research will focus on. I think there was a little bit of a balance that we had to maintain here. I think because this project, based on the comments that we received from both consultations as well as the discussions we've had around the board table, we thought that there was a need to be transparent to our stakeholders about the decisions the work plan decisions that we've taken. And I think that's a little bit of a product of that. The original version was much longer, so we are trying to sort of reduce it a little bit. But let's see when you see the updated version. I think we will still prefer to keep note 1, because I think it does provide a relevant context. And remember, there's also the footnote that says, because of the fact that things can change, we are not uncertain, we have to do the information gathering and research. Yes, there is a possibility that as we go along, we can see that one work stream could be completed before another work stream. We simply don't know at the moment. And we just thought there was a need for transparency with stakeholders.
Thank you, Sue.
Thank you. I was one of the ones who raised comments about technology in the strategy part, and I didn't step in there because of what you said that you had got lined up through, coming through in the work plan. So thank you for that. I suppose I'm coming back on it, having listened to Billy's discussion about the planned action. I suppose my expectation was probably that, having highlighted this in this strategic objectives area, that we would have a more specific action looking at technology, perhaps more as a whole. And I was just getting a bit nervous, Billy, as you were describing the integrated project, as to, are we potentially going so broad in scoping that we are not setting ourselves up for success. And part of the reason I say that is, while there were a lot of comments coming through on the strategy and in 500 around technology as it relates to some of the performance aspects, there were also, I thought, some higher level comments around technology, and there were a number of observations around the material that we already have and maintaining that, making that accessible, which to me don't sit terribly well with the integrated project as I think it's been outlined. So I just want to flag that if we focus too much down the kind of risk response area, there is a risk that we miss some of the other comments that came back in relation to the broader aspects of technology. So perhaps if we can think about how we address those. And then Tom, I probably had a couple of other comments. Firstly, I think Kayuve, I probably disagree with what you said about the materiality piece. I felt there that if we are doing thinking in certain areas, that should inform the thinking in sustainability, for example, or vice versa. So I would like to see the consideration of how we are being more holistic in what we're doing there. And then I had a comment around the 620 going into reserve and the project around the IAASB work on use of experts. And I think I'd just be wary of thinking about that work too late. I think, Billy, you were talking about waiting until the exposure responses had come in. I think, maybe with hindsight in some of the work we're doing on the existing PI project, there's an opportunity for us to get more closely involved more early, such that we can be thinking about the implications on the IAASB standards before things get too locked down in the IAASB standards. So I would just encourage that. Thanks.
So a couple of key points here, but let's focus on this technology point for a moment, because it's a key element to this integrated project. And I just want to give you sort of the way in terms of drafting the revised version, what we were thinking. And whether it's pulled out as a separate project or it's within the integrated one. I think that's actually a question of geography and how we discuss it. But at least when we were drafting the latest version, our view is you can't come to a position on what we should do on 500 and 330 until the board has a common view on how we can address technology in our standards in official guidance. So yes, and to some extent, the implications extend well beyond 500 and 330 and may entail a range of actions that go well beyond 500 and 330. But the point is, from the completion of our integrated project, you can't have, it's precedential to the completion of 500 and 330 because, for example, and I don't want to go into the discussions of the technicalities of what you put forward, but if you are excited by this idea of what you presented on technology in 500 as a requirement, you probably need other stuff in the standards to go along with it to make it into effect. And so like last time we were at the board table, we had this whole discussion that was not particularly informed that, oh, the principles are sufficient in the standards and all we need is guidance. There are others around the table who said, oh, we should be writing requirements that include specific technology element. Our current board position is that largely where we are today in terms of being technology agnostic. Until we resolve some of those fundamental issues at the board, I don't think we could really make meaningful progress. And so whether it's a separate work stream that has jumping off points, some of these issues need to be resolved before we go ahead on the integrated project. And that doesn't mean that all the work on the 500 and 330 and the prep has to stop because it's independent of that. But I just don't know how we as a board make meaningful progress on technology if we're not all aligned on where we want to go based upon some informed position and meaningful dialogue around this table on what should be done from a standards perspective. And I wish I had the answer to that today, but that's what we do as a board. We do research, we do information gathering, and we come to a conclusion. Whether people like it or not, it's a board process. And so that, I think we should have a discussion around that right now, because I think it's the heart of, and then we could discuss whether it's a separate project or separate line in the table B or not. But I wanted to at least give you a sense of what we were thinking as we drafted that point. I'd welcome by physical hands right now on this point any comments. Billy, come in, and then we'll go to Ado and then Wendy.
So I fully agree with that explanation. I think in terms of the scope, it's very important to just realize that we're not saying we're scoping technology as part of the integrated project. What we're saying is we have to do that work to inform the scope of what we're going to do in terms of how we're going to address audit evidence and risk response. I think, Tom, you said precedential. So it won't be part of the scope. So we're not intending to have this broad scope thing that we can't get our arms around. We want to do the information gathering and research. And in terms of the detailed forward plan that's reflected in Appendix 3, we're allocating the whole of 2024 for that. So, and that will determine what the scope is, because I agree with you. Once you get to the scope, you need to be clear about what your boundaries are going to be.
Ado, and then Wendy.
Yes, thank you, Tom, and appreciate the explanation because that's probably aligns with, because I had the same view as Sue had on reflecting on the discussion we had last quarter, is that we needed to think more holistically how we are going to deal with technology. And in reading note 1 and 2, I was disappointed to see that it was referred to as a strategic emphasis on technology. I don't know what strategic emphasis is, but but I agree that we need to form a view on how we are going to deal with technology throughout all the standards, not just 500 and 330, but throughout, and then make meaningful adjustments to either 500 and 330, as well as the conforming amendments to the other 500 series. Although some of them, those seem to be relatively straightforward, but so I agree with the points you make. We need to have this discussion. It doesn't come out of the work plan.
Yeah, that's what we're doing. But what is clear to me is that maybe Willy, as you really could say, I told you so, that we probably need to have almost at the top of the list is something on technology. And then in our bullet points of what we're describing of the actions, that this point on technology, this position on technology will inform the integrated project. So it doesn't pollute. And then from that position, we could then have a roadmap on what we're going to do. The planning committee will take the back. Wendy?
I'm not going to pile on because I have the same views as Sue and Edo, but I was thinking a little more linear, meaning there would be a strategic plan for technology, and the notes that are there now might inform some of that, but it's not first. So that's why I'm saying the strategy for technology should be first. And I think everything we've talked about kind of gets us there, but it's not really clear in this document.
But that's what we've said, that we know that was not clear, that we're going to revise. We've done a revision, and now we're going to do a further revision based upon it being a separate pullout to have a roadmap, a position and a roadmap on technology that would then inform down the line the other actions.
Can I make one more point on that? Resources.
Oh, I'm very appreciative of the combined firm of Mazars providing greater resources. Thank you, Wendy. That's on the record. Was that an unfunded mandate?
I set it up, but I do have a note here that you're going to explain the additional funding activities to us at some later point. So might flow into that. Thank you.
Yes, I'm asking you right now. That's one of our first activities. No, just joking there. Okay, anyone else on this specific point? So where we are right now is just we'll pull something out. People are supportive of what we're trying to get to, which is a clear position at this board on technology that goes beyond 500 and 330 and potential other actions. This recognizing that this is precedential to the integrated project, and that language therefore has to flow into that element of the work plan and other elements of the work plan. And we'll work on that between now and the future posting tomorrow afternoon. Is that fine? Agreed? Anyone else on that specific point? Okay. Renee, on behalf of Bill.
Thank you. So thanks for that conversation, because that was one of Bill's big points, is just complete lack of clarity from his perspective in terms of the integrated approach and technology. Bill does want to raise, no surprise to anyone, is that he would very much like to see more narrow scope amendments projects. And while he is largely supportive of the plan as it stands, the actual scoping of the projects is going to be key to actually be able to move these projects forward on a timely basis. Another point he'd like to raise is he'd like to understand the timing for the movement of 500 and 330, because that's not coming through clearly in the plan. And he's not sure that he can see that complete interdependency on 500 and 330, that they would necessarily need to move at the same pace or land at the same time. So he'd like greater clarity there. In terms of the experts project, so the narrow scope IAASB changes that's fine, and he would support Kai Uwe's comment. However, he does have a view that he thinks it's a bit of a missed opportunity to just have such a narrow scope, surprising for Bill, a narrow scope amendment only looking at the IAASB amendments, especially considering sustainability and the use of experts, as well as international regulator concerns on the use of experts on engagement. So it's one project that is a bit surprised or disappointed to see on the deferred list. And last point is he would like the board to provide greater clarity as soon as is possible on specific sustainability support that will be coming through over the period of the next year, particularly that national standard setters can understand where the gaps are going to be from their perspective and how they need to move forward. Thank you.
Okay, well, we'll capture some of these comments and come back to them. Eric?
Thanks, Tom. And certainly in my offline comments to you, I raised my concerns around the 500 project and the vision of how that's going to evolve. I certainly see from this discussion this morning the importance of that technology strategic discussion and how it might affect the 500 project. That being said, certainly a concern to me about delaying the completion of 500. From the responses that I read for both the 500 project and the strategic work plan, I did not hear a call for the project to be delayed, although I did see that there was concerns about how that standard interfaced with other standards. We are still working through our responses to the project. We have not reached the end yet, and I acknowledge that we may find it difficult to finish on the expected track, but I would have expected that would have been our primary goal, would be to try and finish 500 as soon as possible, given the public interest issues that the project is addressing. And I was disappointed when I read footnote 15, which seemed to give some possible indication that perhaps 500 might go faster than some of the other elements of the project, but it was pretty vague and open to interpretation. So I would have liked to have seen something a bit more robust around efforts to get 500 finished as soon as possible. And those were my comments on that aspect of it. Thanks.
Okay. We should pause on this point because this is a really key element to our future strategy and work plan. It's not that we won't pick up all the other points yet, but this is a fundamental issue of how we've constructed it. Because I thought implicit in the last discussion was that we can't reach conclusion either on 500 or 330 without some viewpoint as a board on technology. So that would be a precedential requirement. The other thing that I know, and you did mention the letters, but I will seek other people's comments on this. I do point out that IAASB wrote, consistent with our comments in our letter dated 7 March 2023, we do not agree with the board's position to delay until earliest 2024 possible enhancements to ISA 330. The auditor's response to assess risks, we believe, Enhancements to ISA 330 are necessary in order to meet the board's stated project objective for proposed ISA 500 audit evidence to evaluate whether sufficient and appropriate audit evidence has been obtained. This is because we observed several areas of overlap between proposed ISA 500 and ISA 330 that should be resolved concurrently to avoid confusion and inconsistent application. The CAAOB wrote basically the same exact thing. So my point is, I have we should have no biased outcome in terms of where we'll land on it, but we still have to do the work to make sure. I think the task force did a great job in starting that work, but until we get the combination of the technology position and the work that needs to be done in terms of the overlaps, I think our footnote was an effort to sort of hedge where we will. We do say that there's an opportunity that 500 could go forward before 330 is finished, but we need to resolve some of these issues as precedential beforehand. Maybe I call on some of the members of the planning committee or others to see if that's consistent with what we were trying to accomplish, and then we could invite a further discussion. Anyone on the planning committee want to come in? Josephine?
Yes, I mean, I must admit, sorry, Eric, but I was surprised that you said, having read the letters, you didn't feel that that was actually the message that was coming through. And then TK and I, TK putting on the spot, found 25 letters where it was very clear that there was, from our perspective, you really need to just pause, take a breath, regroup, and really think about this overarching matter in terms of technology, as well as the interaction between 330 and 500 before you progress forward. And so that's what I got from the letters. And so it's not, halt, stop completely, but it is a pause, a regroup, and working through those in an integrated fashion. And that's what we picked up from, I think it was 25 letters on one side and 14 letters on the other. So, and yes, to Tom's point, IAASB are very clear about that, and the CAAOB, who are, very, very important stakeholders in the work that we do. So yes, so that's why I'm positive to see the changes that are coming through that the board will see this week in the strategy and work program. Thank you.
I don't want to stop. Ada, you want to come in on this?
Yes, thank you, Josephine. And that's, and I don't disagree with that. And I guess it is a matter of how you want to read the footnote. The way I read the footnote is that within the footnote, there's an explicit consideration by the board at various points in time to appreciate, is this now the right time for 500 to go ahead? Because the interdependencies are not as such that it withholds 500, assuming that we've done the presidential technology direction. But it does imply that at various points in time, we need to consider whether 500 is good to go on its own route towards completion. And that's how I read it. So this is probably a confirmation of, well, did I read this correctly?
That was the intent. And so maybe if people are content with that intent, and now that we've spelled out specific things a little bit better, maybe we this afternoon have to look at that footnote just to make sure that it's conveying the intent. But I also wanted, in drafting it, to convey that there is significant work that has to happen before 500 is released that today, even despite the great work of the task force, right? So I wanted to give a sense of set expectations properly about it's not coming out tomorrow, 500, or next week, or after the March board meeting. But it can come out once we've done the work that is precedential. And so maybe the big thing is to set expectations right and look at the footnote if we're having different interpretations of it. And now that we've talked about precedential work on both in terms of technology and scoping of 30, we should be clear about what are sort of the key decision points along the way. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. I'm not sure I'm in favor of presidential as the language for this, but
Yeah, but all I'm saying
but we
is that
know
it
what
has
we
to,
need.
it has to occur, it predates. We'll get the language right. So it can resonate in Amsterdam too. Eric, any reactions? Does anyone else want to come in on this point or other reactions?
No, I think that's fair. I agree with the need to look at those sort of broader issues first. And I just want to hold out hope that we can ultimately move 500 as quickly as possible, because I think there is a demand for that. So if we can build that into the footnote in some way, that'd be helpful.
Okay, to me, the most important thing is let's get this as right as we can, taking into all the factors as quickly as we can. And I do note that the public interest issues have moved on this point from the PIOB that talks about the integrated project, but doing it as, I forget the word, as timely as possible. Okay, do we feel like we have an understanding and a consensus of what we need to still do on the integrated project and technology now? Okay, I'll invite other comments. Chun-Wei?
Thank you very much, Tom, and thanks with the planning committee, Fadi, everyone who was involved in getting this out. I actually really like the document, not because you're the chair of it, Tom, but
despite that.
Maybe despite that, I
in
thought
spite of my involved.
Amazing that happened. But I think just in terms of the restructuring, the things that get added on, I like Appendix 3, the one glance summary. I thought that was really helpful. I like Note 1 and 2 to Table A. And also, I guess, not just the way it's presented, but a lot of the thinking behind it. And I thought it's clear, but maybe I'm biased because we have been part of the conversation. So very keen to see what gets turned around in terms of the revised document. The only thing with the integrated project was, I guess it was my little confusion of the, in Table B, we have the modernization of other targeted standard in 500. And that has a timeline of first half 2026. And I've always seen that as part of the whole package. And maybe you need to face it. Maybe some happens now, some happens later, but the overall consideration has to be on an integrated basis. So I was slightly surprised to see that bit in Table B with a timeline of H1 2026. Maybe I'm missing something, but that was the only kind of question I have. So going back a little bit, section 1, I have some editorial, which I'm sorry I've not sent through, but I'll send through for consideration. But beyond that, I have the same question on the IAASB use of expert piece that Kaiwo started and a few board members echoed. And I'm glad to hear that we'll be using more contingent language. I was questioning, I guess, a timeline, given the finalization, etc., from IAASB's perspective. So good to see that we're going to use more contingent timeline. I'm also thinking whether we are getting involved from a staff level and also maybe correspondent members, just to be very clear what is happening, and then making sure that we have a clear mind of what's happening next. The other piece that the only last piece I'll mention is the thing that Fernando mentioned on quality management PIR. I thought that's one of the most important piece of work that we've done, and it is critical and underpins quality. So I'll be quite keen to see a PIR on that as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Chun-Wei. Neil?
Thank
Thanks, Tom. A couple of comments earlier around the materiality project, and I guess I just wanted to share some thoughts on that. So I absolutely support the project from a financial audit perspective. I feel the way that the document then has this sort of throwaway line, hey, and by the way, the solution to sustainability might fall out of this. I think materiality is a really significant topic in the sustainability space. Every roundtable that I was certainly attending had this as a headline discussion point. And so I don't think that we're giving materiality sufficient airtime in that one little sentence. We then make no reference to materiality when you get to the sustainability section as a project for consideration. So clearly we still need to work through the comment letters to determine how much materiality will be addressed through that exposure draft process. But my sense is that we are sort of exaggerating. Maybe it's not exaggerating. We overplaying how we might solve materiality and sustainability in that project, and we possibly need to rather not hide it away in that project, but rather call it out in the sustainability section of the planning document to give it a little bit more airtime.
Okay, thank you, Neil. Yosh?
Thank you, Tom, and thank you very much for the planning committee, so detailed papers. I'm not talking about the technology, so sorry for that. PIR, I want to talk about the PIR. I support the direction of the strategy and work plan regarding the PI post-implementation reviews. Based on the table B, 540 and 315 planned, I completely understand that PIRs are important to verify whether the revision of the ICERs has the intended effect on audit quality ultimately. But the previous conducting and reporting PIRs by members and staffs have required significant resources and effort. I could observe that. It seems that specific guidelines for PIR should be developed in views of not only the time frame of PIRs in a 5-year cycle, but also effective and efficient allocation of the limited resources available. Therefore, as for interrelated projects, several ICERs could be combined to perform PIRs integratedly. And from the viewpoint of independence of PIRs, associating to an external organization so as not to appear to be a self-review could be considered, especially as it is expected that 315 and 330 will affect the audit quality as a whole. It would be an option to combine the timing of their PIR executing. I expect the board devoting as many resources as possible to standards developing and revision that will enable high quality audits. This is my last comment, as you know, testament as an observer. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Yosh. Could I just look around the table? There are people who have spoken who have tents up. If you still want to speak, I'll call on you, but I just want to make sure they're not straight tents. Wendy.
Thanks, Tom. And I think I was remiss again. I didn't thank you and the planning committee for the fine work that's been done. And I really like the evolution and the way that it's laid out. I'm not going to give any more comments on technology or ICER 500. I think we've vetted it and I have the same views as were discussed around the table. I do want to elevate the IAASB coordination that we talked about at the September meeting. And I was surprised there weren't more changes in this revised document about how we're going to coordinate, which does link into the experts part that they're doing now that we've already discussed. But I think it's a real opportunity that we may be missing if we're not more explicit. And again, I look at changes and I see them marked, and that's where my reaction comes from. I think we needed to move the bar a little bit from the last time we saw the document till now. Sustainability. I have the same concern as Neil about materiality, but I have a broader concern about sustainability. And I came to me, there's a sentence in here that says, we expect a majority of resources, approximately 70%, to be devoted to standard setting for audits and reviews of financial statements, which the implication to me is that, does that mean that sustainability gets the rest and attestation gets the rest? And is that enough given the things that need to get done? And again, the comment letter analysis period is not over. But I do worry about whether or not, if we focus on non-authoritative guidance, and I go back and forth on non-authoritative guidance versus narrow scope changes to standards versus new, what were they called? Built on standards or substandards to ISA 5000 for, in particular, materiality. I think that is a priority. I don't, and don't tell me, thank you for bringing up resources and how I'm going to help. I don't know what it means here when it says the resources, because does it, in seriousness, does it include only the IAASB resources? Does it include fellowships? Does it include the reinforcement we did for ISA 5000? So it's a very broad term, but I am worried that the implication is that there, that are we pulling the pedal off for sustainability when we say 70-30? And do I have one last point? IAASB? No, I think we covered all of them. Thank you.
Okay, let me just address the resource question. Okay, one of the things we should say, this is just direct expenditure, doesn't include in-kind contributions to the board, and maybe we could clarify that. Secondly, the 70-30 thing, remember, we don't say explicitly, but particularly from our oversight bodies, there was a clear desire to indicate that we will still focus on audits throughout. And when we posed it in this way, there was sort of a comfort with how we were describing that the preponderance of our resources will remain with audits and reviews. And so this is basically where we are today, but we were trying to connote, like in any strategy document, that there would be protected resources for both streams and the proportion related to it. I don't think anyone's going to be looking at our budget and saying, oh, well, you were at 62.5% this year, not 70%, and we're not counting. But it was meant to sort of give a sense of it and give comfort to the regulatory community who was actually concerned that we would just go all sustainability all the time. And so also the other thing is we're just trying to manage the amount of detail we put into a strategy document rather than an operational document as well.
Can I just come back on one point? I actually think we should take out the 70%. I think majority alone goes to what you just said, 60%, 51%.
So that's actually the point that I was making. They don't want to just see that it's just a majority. It's like that, like putting numbers was something that we were viewed as helpful, like and then you get to great majority. Then what does great majority mean? Are we at 85 today? They're indicative. And so we got some comments pro, some comments against. I guess I'll ask the board, are people happy with the 70-30 split? Roughly? For the reasons described. Anyone unhappy with it? Other than Josephine's already raised a comment to me once about it. Wendy, anyone else unhappy with it? It's really meant to be indicative. James?
I think the substance of the work program and the strategy reflects that allocation, and this is a confirmation of that. So it's not to change, otherwise you're changing the entire substance of your strategy as laid out. So I think it's a reflection of what's being proposed.
It's a hard one to like. There's no perfect answer, but I'm trying to give in the draft and some comfort to people who are concerned that we may, just because the International Assurance Sustainability Board. And there's a lot of public interest issues on the audit side and review. So it's imperfect. Point taken. Okay. That didn't obscure your other comments though, but I did want to address why we did what we did. Greg?
Thanks, Tom. And thanks for the discussion on the integrated project. That was very helpful. I guess I'm just now focused on Appendix 3 and just looking at the integrated project in Appendix 3. And based on the discussion in my head, I've got 3 elements now in this, which is the roadmap for technology, the 500, and then the 330/520. And I think what's represented in Appendix 3 is probably the 330, scope it. No? Well, I'm not sure what it is then, but it's certainly not 500.
We'll have to clarify this.
Yeah.
As I think based upon the discussion today, we'll have to amend. We had already amended it once for the planning committee. We're going to have to amend it again.
Thank you.
To reflect the discussion.
Okay. We look forward to the new version.
Yes, so do I. Diane?
Thanks, Tom. I just wanted to come back in, leveraging some great comments from our board members. I just want to throw my hat in the ring relative to the quality standards and doing, if we could, some sort of post-implementation review. Obviously, it was a significant set of standards, in particular ISQM1. So if there was a way that could also be brought up. Thank you.
And Diane has volunteered to be the seconded staff on that project. We were talking about that last night, right?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, completely no, that is not correct. But good luck with that. Let me know how it turns out. Thank you.
I've tried to get you on the record on that one. Yeah. I was amazed how quickly she responded to me on that. It would be a continued service to the profession. Yes, I know that. And we'd figure a way to add journal entries to it too. So that's a sweetener. I'm going to let Willie, who's been diligently writing notes on all the other comments raised, start responding to a few.
Yeah, so Tom, I think just responding to a few of the other comments that did not relate specifically to technology or the integrated project, I think the one that came up is the conforming and consequential amendments arising from the ethics project, as well as the 620 project that we've showed is deferred or put into reserve. So just maybe a little bit of context there. I think the conforming and consequential amendments project, as Thomas indicated, we will indicate that it is conditional. I thought we thought it was, because we did say may, but in any case, in the right-hand column, we will indicate that this is dependent on the progress post-public consultation of the IAASB project. As I said, I cannot imagine that we will not be doing something in our standards, but it's fine, we can make it conditional. And then just in terms of 620, remember when the analysis that we presented in September, it was clear from stakeholders that although 620, as was 720, are projects that believe we should take on, relative to the other projects that we did include, stakeholders that ranked behind the other 8 projects that we included. And that's why we thought, it's one thing to make amendments to make sure that our standards and the code can continue to apply together. It's something different to completely open up the standard and look at all the performance and quality management of aspects of expert as well. There's maybe a need for that, but relative to the other projects, that wasn't the highest priority. That's why it landed up in the reserve list. Then on the 320, and maybe Neil, you can maybe just give me a clarification again. We were intending to change that last sentence so that it is more just indicating that the work on 320, because we do take the point that we don't want scope creep. If we revise 320, we revise 320, but that work may also provide input to further projects, further separate projects in relation to sustainability. Unless you are saying we have to because I don't think we're ready to include a project on sustainability, not sustainability, materiality, unless you would feel comfortable if we highlight it in the placeholder we have. Because again, and I know, Wendy, you also raised a comment about the timing of more ISAs. But remember, what we're trying to balance here is what is going to happen if we put ISA 5000 out and immediately say there's a new standard that we're developing. So there's a little bit of a balance to be maintained in terms of allow 5000 to be adopted, implemented, flow through, and then pick up one or two projects. It might be more than one project in terms of sustainability. So Neil, will you be happy with just emphasizing that it's not a throwaway anymore? We say it would provide input to, or would you also want something specifically to be mentioned under the placeholder that we have?
I think at least connect it so that, in the placeholder, I agree with not having any certainty until such time as we've looked at comment letters, the standards being finalized. We don't know what more is needed, where we are, but we do know that materiality is a hot topic.
Yes.
And it's got very little mention of it in the no mention of it in the sustainability section, and it's got the throwaway sentence in the materiality project. So I think connected as a minimum, so that there is mention of it to say we'll do further research. Materiality is something that comes up. It needs some sort of connection, and I wouldn't overemphasize how much will be solved for sustainability materiality through that project.
Yeah,
it will take real thinking. It's not just going to fall out of someone else's project.
Yes. Okay.
Josephine.
Yeah, thank you. And I agree with that. The only thing I would just caution, Neil, is that materiality isn't going to be the only thing, as we'll find out this afternoon from, the update we'll give to the board on the outreach activity. It's not going to be anything we're going to have to think about. So that's why strategically what Vili's done with the strategy and work program to keep that placeholder in there is recognizing we're going to have to look through this bundle of things and really understand what the priority is. Now, the general feeling around the room is it's going to be materiality. I get that, but we have to be open-minded about what's going to come through from these comment letters, what our focus really needs to be. But I also think I agree with the sentiment that materiality piece, whatever we do there, it will capture the other aspects of it. Currently 320 is focused on the practitioner's materiality in an audit financial statements. But some of the things that we're hearing, and we'll talk about this today, is of course, what is it that the preparer is thinking about and the emphasis on there. And, so that's a little bit more complex, and that's not really a 320 matter. And so it's just about recognizing the importance of materiality. I agree, but we also have to be open-minded about what else is coming down the track. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, Billy?
Yeah, just 3 more matters. There was a comment about post-implementation review for quality management. You will remember in the papers that we presented at the September meeting, that was listed as a possibility. Post-implementation reviews for 540, 315, and QM, that came out of the responses that we received. However, the decision that was taken at that point, and I agree with you, Fernando, starting it in 2027 would be after that 5-year cycle. What we had in mind is a little bit in terms of prioritization of the different projects, but also we were thinking about this was one of the projects like we had with audit reporting, where some jurisdiction lagged behind implementing the standard. So, one of the key feedbacks we got from the post-implementation review on audit reporting is you were too fast. You should have waited a year or 2. And so but I would imagine if we had to do a 5-year work plan, and it included 2028, it would certainly be on there. So just wanted to give you the rationale behind that. Then I think, Renee, in terms of the comments that Bill raised, a lot of that would have been addressed through the previous discussion we had. I note Bill's desire to have a list of the materials. And I think what we've put in place is we know that we need to be clear on which materials will be finalized together with the standard. And based on the comment analysis that's now underway, we hope that combined with the papers that come to the board meeting in March, we will have a better idea about what those key materials will be, the non-authoritative guidance materials for 5,000. That will be progressed in 2024. And then a last one, I think, Chanwi, you raised a comment about, and I must say there were a few other board members in the offline comments as well, about the timing of the other modernization project in terms of the other standards in the 500 series. So again, it was just in terms of staggering to make sure that we get the input from the integrated project and then feeds into that one. We can bring everything forward, but then it means we will have to push something else out. So because there's only that much time when we looked at how we stagger the projects, we also were conscious of our capacity of 5 to 7 projects. And as Tom indicated yesterday, I've got different layers of spreadsheets, and one of those spreadsheets indicate what is the capacity we use on a quarterly basis, and we just wanted to make sure that that is all realistic. So that is where that timing comes from.
Thanks, Willie, for the clarification. I think maybe it's just in terms of the whole approach, because given that we're approaching this on an integrated basis, I would assume that the consideration of specific modernization needed for 500 series will be part of that whole package of consideration. And I think I mentioned in my comment that you could stagger it. So this doesn't have to be completed like in the next 2 years. So in that consideration, you may decide that, okay, this is what you need to do, and it will come a little bit later. So just in terms of how it's presented, just from my perspective, it doesn't make sense that it's 2 separate pieces. Thanks.
Okay.
Okay, that's all I had, Tom.
We had the sirens go off to show the excitement about where we got at this point in the strategy document. But you like that, huh? Very strategic. Any other comments on the strategy and work plan? So we're on slide. We have one more slide, I think. Yes.
I think that is the last slide. Maybe just for record purposes, that last question important is are there any other matters that the board would want the planning committee to consider in turning the final draft?
Okay, anyone else on this? Next slide. Okay, this is telling you stuff you already know. Unless we fail to execute on all that we've agreed at this meeting, we intend to turn around the document either tonight or tomorrow. And we hope for approval on Thursday. And then we'll have our strategy and work plan for the next 4 years, which includes Diane's commitment to be a seconded staff and Wendy's commitment to find a lot of funding for the organization. Oh, I misread what you said. Okay, slightly. Okay. Before we close the session, I'll turn to Jim Dawkins for your reflections.
I like Wendy's idea of money. And it'll be fun to see Diane back again.
Yeah, it was only my interpretation. You see others interpreted it.
I do free up July 1st, 2025. So.
I guess my only comment other than that is I do think the board needs to reflect strategically what makes sense in terms of the approach and how does that line up with the standards and revisions.
Can you repeat that one more time?
I say, as you embark on this strategy, I think you also have to look at the alignment of your standards and when you would do revisions to those standards. Josephine says no.
I'm just trying to figure out.
Decipher what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, that's a good.
Just stick with the money then.
So obviously we have to be conscious of alignment of different revisions of the standards and how they interplay with each other. I think if I'm trying to interpret what you say properly, and we have a lot of moving parts here. We just have to, when we do our stand back, make sure that it all makes sense.
Yeah, I do think there's a little bit of a sequencing, and as you look at your strategy, or as the strategy is updated, does that sequencing make sense?
Yes. Our own strategic stand back. Philippe, any perspective for the PIOB?
Thank you, Tom. No, from a PIOB perspective, I think, as you said, there is at the moment sensitivity to internal control aspects, because the PIOB, based on discussion with monitoring group members, IOSCO and so on, is convinced that, to use a classical and historical expression, that a part of the expectation gap at the moment is linked to internal control, the role and the level of work performed by the auditors in the area of internal control. So it's clear that in your strategy and work plan, the elements concerning the way you will address, the improvements in the area of internal control will be analyzed carefully by the PIOB in the context of certification.
Thank you very much. So that enhances the context that we gave earlier on that topic, that point. Okay, I think we're at a really good spot. I think we had a really good conversation. I know for the last week, some of these comments about technology and the integrated project has really helped to clarify what are we actually going to do in my mind. And we need to have that reflected in the strategy work plan because it's sort of front and center. We'll take a break right now. We'll reconvene at 11:30, where we have our IAASB colleagues joining us. So we need to be back sharply at 11:30. And thank you for that excellent session. Hi, Rika.
Hi, Tom. How are you?
Good. We're just gathering. We started 3 minutes.
Yes, sure. Thank you for having us today.
Hi, Jennifer. Okay, let's return to business here. You may hear sirens in the background if you're following online. I think they're very excited for this next section as we are. It's really great to have Rika Suzuki from the IAASB as a board member and Jennifer Minke-Girard from the technical team at the IAASB. We really enjoy a close collaborative relationship with the IAASB. I talk about this a lot. Our strategy work plan refers to this as the need to ensure that the ecosystem of standard setters are working closely together, because it's together our sets of standards provide the confidence to the general market. So it's super to get this update from you. I really look forward to the conversation, Rika and Jennifer. We have the slides up on screen. I guess that Michelle, you're ready to change them. So just give us the prompt when you need the slides flipped. And welcome, and we look forward to hearing from you.
Hello, IAASB members, and thank you, Tom, for your kind introduction. I'm also excited, and thank you to all the IAASB and its staff members for this opportunity to share the update on the IAASB's project and activities. I appreciate Willie and Angela's support in preparing today's presentation to consider the IAASB members' interests. I would also like to take this opportunity to extend our foundation and the two boards gratitude for your continuing support, as well as for your always valuable feedback from the auditor's perspective on our proposed documents. Thank you very much. So shall we move on to the next slide? So please look at the overview on the slide 2. Due to time constraints, Jennifer and I would like to explain the area of our work in which the IAASB members might be more interested. Each time we finish 2 or 3 sections, we will pause our presentation for any questions or comments you might have. So now I'll hand it over to Jennifer to explain the new requirements first.
Okay, thank you, Rika, and hello to everybody. It's good to be here again, giving you an update. So if we can move to the next slide, that'd be helpful. So the next slide just includes the list of our new requirements, and we talked about some of these at our last update in February. But we have issued, or the IAASB has issued several new amendments since our last meeting. So we wanted to give you an update on some of the items, particularly those that are coming up this year in terms of the effective dates. So I'll jump right in to those. If you can go to the next slide, please. So we'll first start talking about the international tax reform. So you probably heard a lot about this. It's the Pillar 2 model rules. As we mentioned in February, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, which is the OECD, they have published Pillar 2 model rules, and those rules aim to ensure that large multinational groups pay a minimum amount of tax on income arising in each jurisdiction in which they operate. And the rules would also achieve that aim by applying a system of top-up taxes. And so the IASB issued amendments to its income taxes standard, IAS-12, to respond to stakeholders' concerns. And some of the concerns were about the potential implications of these rules for the accounting for income taxes and financial statements, and particularly about the uncertainty about the accounting for deferred taxes. And there was a concern that there was really an urgent need for clarity in light of the imminent implementation of the rules in some jurisdictions. So in May, the IASB issued the amendments to IAS-12 income taxes, and the amendments introduced a temporary exception to the requirements to recognize and disclose information about deferred tax assets and liabilities related to the Pillar 2 income taxes, and also put in place targeted disclosure requirements for the affected entities. As indicated on the slide, the temporary exception was effective immediately, so did want to make sure you were aware of that, may already be seeing it in financials. And the disclosure requirements are effective for annual reporting periods beginning at the beginning of this year, beginning of January 1st, 2023, but not required for interim periods. And the IASB also made similar updates to its IFRS for SME standard. So that's the first one we wanted to talk about. So we can maybe go on to the next slide. Also wanted to talk about supplier finance arrangements. This is another set of amendments that the IASB issued this year, finalized it in May. And it also has effective dates coming up very soon. So I wanted to talk about that. So with this one, the new amendments require an entity to provide additional disclosures about its supplier finance arrangements. The new requirements were developed to provide users of financial statements with more information, particularly to assess how these arrangements affect an entity's liabilities and cash flows, and also to understand the effect on an entity's exposure to liquidity risk. That's been something that's been a focus, and making sure that they understand how the entity might be affected if the arrangements were no longer available to them. The additional requirements complement requirements that the IASB already had in place, but they are very much a response to investor feedback that without targeted amendments, the investors might not be able to understand from the financial statements the effects of these arrangements. So I did want to point out the disclosures are mandatory for financial statements for fiscal years beginning at the beginning of next year, so the beginning of January 2024. Because at the date that the amendments were issued, we were approximately 6 months away at that point, the IASB developed some transition requirements to achieve a balance between providing sufficient time for jurisdictions and companies to get ready for the implementation and also meeting information needs of investors. So for a couple of the transition requirements, won't go into all the details, but just to let you know that no disclosures are required in interim financial statements in the first year of application. And companies also are not required to report the opening amounts in the first year for certain data points, particularly the amount of payables for which suppliers have received payment from finance providers, and also for ranges of payment due dates. And those are two data points that investors said are very important to them, but those are also areas where companies might need some additional time to change systems or to amend contracts. And it might be difficult to do that by the date of initial application. And that may be something as well where the auditors will be having discussions with companies about gathering the appropriate information and putting in controls and things like that. So that's it for supplier finance arrangements. And then if we go to the next slide, I'll discuss one more new set of amendments. So these affect lack of exchangeability. The final amendments were issued in August, and the amendments are effective for annual reporting periods beginning in 2025, the 1st of January 2025. But with this one, early application is permitted, and we think some companies will want to apply them early because This is a set of standards that really, or a set of amendments that fill a gap in our existing standards related to the effective changes in foreign exchange rates. And so you might have run into some of these cases where there might be circumstances in which a currency is not exchangeable into another currency. It might arise relatively infrequently, but when these circumstances happen, the economic conditions can deteriorate rapidly, and stakeholders might have had, based on the current requirements, diverse views about how to account for the exchange rates, or how to figure out the exchange rate. So the IASB has filled that gap and has put out the requirements. It would require companies to apply a consistent approach in assessing whether a currency is exchangeable into another currency. And when the currency is not exchangeable, it would estimate the spot exchange rate. And there are also some new disclosure requirements that go along with this as well. And as I said, that'll be effective in 2025, but with early application permitted. So auditors might be seeing that sooner rather than later. So we can go on to the next slide, and I will turn back to Rika to talk about recently published documents and also forthcoming documents.
Jennifer, thank you. Please look at slide 9. So slide 9 shows the standards and amendment we recently issued or plan to publish in several months. Jennifer already explained a couple of hot topics that might affect many of you. So I will focus on the 2 new standards to be published in the second quarter of 2024, which are shown in the right box on this slide. So let's move to slide 10. So about the primary financial statement, we aim to respond to the investors' long-standing demand for better information about the entity's financial performance for better decisions. So the new standard, it will be IFRS 18, will improve the information the investors receive by introducing 3 key sets of requirements. The first set of requirements create a structure in the statement of financial performance, categorizing income and expenses into 3 categories: operating, investing, and financing, and requiring companies to present 2 newly defined subtotals. The more consistent definition of operating profit subtotal will give investors a more consistent starting point for their analysis of the entity's financial performance. The second set of requirements is to disclose information about management-defined performance measures in a single note to financial statements. This will help companies provide investors with more transparent information about those measures, prepared with better discipline. So the MPM, management-defined performance measures, are the measures that management use in their public communication to provide their view of financial performance. So they are subtotals of income and expenses, but the adjustment items can include both IFRS amounts and non-IFRS amounts. And lastly, the third set of requirements will enhance guidance on the grouping of information. So aggregation and disaggregation of information in the financial statement. This will help ensure investors receive material information about income, expenses, assets, liabilities, equity, and cash flows to make their decisions. So IFRS 18 will replace IS1, existing standards. Nonetheless, the scope of IS1 is broader, so many parts will be carried over to IFRS 18 without changes. We plan to publish the final standards in probably early second quarter of 2024, and the effective date for this standard is the 1st of January 2027. Next slide, please. So this slide talk about subsidiaries without public accountability project. The new standard we are going to publish new standard on this project quite soon. And this standard will permit eligible subsidiaries to apply IFRS accounting standards with reduced disclosure requirements. So the eligible subsidiaries can apply the same recognition and measurement requirement of IFRS accounting standards as the parent companies do. However, the volume of the disclosure requirements is reduced for those eligible subsidiaries to meet the needs of the users of their financial statements, such as lenders like banks. This standard is voluntary, so optional. And we plan to publish this final standard in the second quarter of 2024. And the effective date for this standard is also the 1st of January 2027. Let's going to the next slide. And the boxes of the left, on the left, show the proposal that we already published for public consultation. Among those items, I will explain the financial instrument with characteristic of equity and the forthcoming consultation project later in this presentation. So let's just move on to slide 14 to look at our current project in research and standard setting stages. So this slide shows you a big picture of our work plan in our research pipeline and standard setting process. There are various projects at different stages during standard setting. I want to briefly explain the two projects on the left of this slide. We recently decided to retire those two projects on extractive activities and business combinations under common control after assessing whether we can provide feasible solution to achieve the objective of each project. We concluded our standard setting project would not be able to provide effective solutions to respond to the needs in financial market. And we had many stakeholders gave us feedback like we should prioritize other projects in our work plan than those two projects. So we decided to project to be retired. And I'm going to walk through the most active project on this slide later in my presentation, but one item might be worth mentioning now. In the middle, we have a project for management commentary. We published the exposure draft to amend the practice statement of management commentary, so which is not accounting standard. It's a kind of voluntary guidance. The entities or jurisdiction can choose to apply. And we received mostly positive feedback on the proposed changes from our stakeholders. But many stakeholders requested us to consider collaboration with IAASB, our sister board. So we have paused and waited for the IAASBs to join the discussion. And now I officially announce that we are going to have the joint session with IAASB in January 2024. So we can and we will return to this project. Okay, I will pause here for any questions about the new requirements, recent publication, and our work plan for IAASB members. So I will hand over to Tom.
Thank you very much. Any questions, Rika? Isabel.
Yes, thank you very much, Isabelle Trac from France. So I noted the project on companies, subsidiaries without public accountability. And in the next year, ISBA, the International Ethics Standard Board, and more recently, the IAASB, we have worked on modifying our standard for public interest entities. So I wanted to know if what you call public accountability is what some others call public interest entity. Did you consider using public interest entity, or did you have already public accountability in your standard and you continue to use it? Because I think it may be confusing for some people to see various concepts that seem similar but may not be totally aligned. Thank you.
Thank you, Isabel, for questions. When we developed this standard during the course of the standard setting process, we consult the scope and the definition of public accountability. But what we have right now is this definition of public accountability for these standards, probably we will call it IFRS 19, it's consistent with the definition of public accountability for our IFRS for SME standards. We decided not to modify anything about the definition of public accountability because if we create any inconsistency, that will create kind of the misunderstanding or misapplication in the practice. So I think we and our staff analyzed various jurisdictions' definition of public accountability or public interest, and then decided on we maintain the existing definition we used within the IFRS 4 SME standard.
Sashika.
Thank you, Tom, and thank you very much, Rika. Hello.
Hello.
From New York. I'm so glad to see you on screen as a, same Japanese board member. Thank you very much for your explanation. It's very helpful. I have one question on your explanation about primary financial statements, and you talked about the required disclosure about management defined performance measures. And I think, if I'm correct, I think you explained that in the financial statement notes, there will be a disclosure about IFRS measures and also management defined measures. And my question is there, I think it should be, but is there any rule to clearly distinct these figures so that maybe that is the purpose of that project, but so that the users as well as the auditor clearly distinct this measure in the notes, because there will be maybe some implication on the scope of the audit. That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions. I'm very excited to hear your voice in New York. And then so about your questions on management defined performance measures, I think we have a specific definition for management performance measures, but those measures are not those measures that defined or specified within our standards. So the management performance measures is the management to use those measures outside financial statement when they communicate with investors or other stakeholders to share their perspective of entities' financial performance. And there is a kind of some misunderstanding that adjusted items within the management performance measure should be aligned with or in accordance with measurement or recognition requirement in our standards. But actually, the management performance measure might include any adjustment that might not be in accordance with our accounting standards. So within the new disclosure requirement about MPMs, we ask the entity to provide the explanation about why they use those measures in public communication. At the same time, we ask the entity to provide how to calculate those adjusting items within the management performance measures. So I think there is a clear distinction between the subtotals defined within our standards and then management performance measures definition. I think a new standard will explain you much better than I explained today, but I hope this helps you.
I don't think so. Your explanation is very, very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Any other questions here? Okay, no other hands raised in this room. So would you like to keep going?
Yes, of course. So I will hand over to Jennifer to go through the post-implementation review project. Jennifer, please.
Yes, thank you, Rika. Okay, we'll talk about the PIR. So if we can go on to the next slide, please. So here, this gives you an overview of the PIRs that we have in process and also some that are upcoming. But let me first just give you a reminder. I think as you probably are aware, the IASB is required by our due process to conduct a post-implementation review of each new standard or major amendment. And it may undertake PIRs in other circumstances as well. And the objective is to assess whether the effects of applying the new requirements are as intended. So we have several PIRs currently underway on significant standards. I think you're all familiar with IFRS 9 and 15, and then also we will talk about the upcoming one on IFRS 16. But I thought I'd first just talk about or give a reminder that for our IFRS 9 financial instrument standard, we've divided the PIR into 3 parts. And so you can see the 3 parts on the slide. So the first is classification and measurement, and that was recently completed. And I will talk a little bit more later about one of the maintenance projects that came out of that PIR. So that at least the PIR portion of that is completed. We also have a PIR on the impairment piece of this, and I will talk about that in a little bit more detail in a minute. And then the third piece is hedge accounting. And that will actually be discussed by the IASB tomorrow as part of its normal board meeting. There's a staff recommendation as to when to begin that piece of the PIR. So you can stay tuned for the discussion tomorrow on that. The other PIRs on the list, we have one on revenue from contracts with customers, which is IFRS 15. And I'm going to talk about that a little bit more shortly. And then finally, regarding the PIR for our leases standard, that will also be discussed tomorrow by the board as part of its board meeting. And there's a staff recommendation as well for that one to begin the PIR in the second quarter of next year, but that will be up to the discussion of the board. So we'll stay tuned for that one as well. So maybe if we can go on to the next slide, I'll talk briefly about the impairment PIR related to IFRS 9. So, and I think as you might expect, the objective here is to assess the effects on stakeholders of applying the expected credit losses model, ECL, that I think many people have been dealing with for a number of years now. The IASB already put out a request for information and received feedback. And in November, the IASB discussed that feedback. And overall, the PIR feedback was very positive. Almost all respondents said that the expected credit losses requirements have resulted in more timely recognition of credit losses compared to the previous approach, and also that they work as intended with no fundamental questions or fatal flaws. Respondents did identify some specific application challenges and have made suggestions for the IASB to make targeted improvements in a few areas, including disclosure requirements. So the IASB will be discussing the detailed feedback in future meetings with an expectation at least of completing its discussions by the end of the second quarter next year. You can stay tuned for more information on that one. So we can go to the next slide. I'll talk about the PIR for revenue from contracts with customers. In June, the IASB published its request for information on this project to seek stakeholders' views on the requirements in IFRS 15. The comment period closed at the end of October, and so the team will be going back to the board in future months to discuss the feedback that was received. You can see on the slide the list of the areas being examined, which I expect really none of these are a surprise. But I did want to mention, so even before the request for information was issued, the staff had gathered preliminary feedback from stakeholders. And the feedback was largely that the standard has achieved its objective and is working well, although there are some application challenges and questions that might need to be looked at. But that the five-step model has been helpful, five-step revenue model has been helpful in analyzing transactions. And I just will mention as well, as you may have seen, the FASB, the Financial Accounting Standards Board, had hosted a public roundtable last month as part of its own post-implementation review of its revenue standard, topic 606. And you can see the minutes from that meeting on their website. I just wanted to mention, at least from my reading of those notes, there are similar themes as we've seen in our preliminary feedback in terms of the standard has largely achieved its objective and is working well, but that there are some application challenges. And I think we also saw in there a theme of trying to maintain convergence between the two sets of standards, which I know is important to stakeholders. So that's all for the post-implementation reviews. I think now I'll turn back to Rika to talk about standard setting projects.
Jennifer, thank you. Let's move on to slide 20. But at the same time, you are now quite familiar with our kind of timetable of our work plan. So let's skip this slide and go straight to slide 21. So it's about a financial instrument with characteristic of equity. We sometimes call it FICE project. So the overall objectives of this project are to improve the information entities provide in the financial statement about financial instruments that they have issued, and to address challenges when applying IAS 32 financial instrument presentation in practice. So I can give you a little bit of history of this project. So in 2018, a discussion paper on this project was issued, but that discussion paper included kind of the drastic change in the classification between equity and liability. Then, after analyzing the feedback, we decided not to pursue such drastic changes in the classification proposed in the discussion paper. Instead of that, we decided to explore clarifying the underlying classification principles within the existing IAS 32 to address non-practice issues. So the items are listed in the middle of this slide. And when the underlying principles of IAS 32 were not very helpful to clarify the IASB, we decided to develop new principle and accompanying application guidance. So we focused on those practical issues that could be resolved efficiently and effectively without making any fundamental changes to IAS 32 requirements. And at the same time, we realized that quality of information can be improved not only by relying on such classification of financial instruments, but also through improvements in presentation and disclosure. So we are proposing to require the new presentation requirement. For example, we propose to require the entity to present amount for profit or total comprehensive income attributable to ordinary shareholders. We also propose enhancing the existing IFRS 7 disclosure requirement about information on equity-like debt instruments and debt-like equity instruments. The exposure draft was already published in the end of November this year, with 120-day comment letter. So we look for hearing your feedback on the proposals. The next slide is business combination, disclosures, goodwill, and impairment project. This project's objective is to improve the information provided at a reasonable cost to investors about business combinations and subsequent performance of acquired businesses. To achieve the objectives, we will propose a package of solutions by enhancing disclosure requirements and providing some improvement in the impairment test model that we expect can reduce cost and complexity or enhance the effectiveness of the impairment test. The disclosure enhancement has received positive feedback from investors, while companies and auditors showed concerns about forward-looking information, commercial sensitivity, and cost burden. So in response to those concerns, we decided to provide two solutions. One is that the entity can exempt some item of information when the information can be expected to seriously prejudice any objective of business combinations. Another one is we require the entity to disclose some information only for strategic business combinations, which are kind of a subset of material business combinations. Then this exposure draft will be published in the first quarter of 2024 with a 120 days comment letter period. I really look forward to hearing from you about how the proposed solutions work in practice from your auditor's perspective. Let's move on to the next slide. It's about the dynamic risk management. We are currently exploring whether we can develop an accounting model that will enable investors to understand the effects of a company's dynamic risk management of repricing risk due to changes in net interest rate, and to evaluate the effectiveness of that risk management. The project was added to the standard setting program in May 2022, and we will continue our deliberation during 2024 on the remaining points, including consideration of presentation and disclosure requirements, and work towards publishing an exposure draft in 2025. Next slide, please. Next slide is about the equity method project. The project objective is to develop answers to application questions about the equity method as set out in IAS 28 investments in associate and joint ventures, using the principles derived from existing IAS 28 requirements where possible. So this project approach is quite similar to the FICE project, as I already mentioned. So we are not looking for the conceptual solutions to make a drastic changes to the equity method. Like FICE project, we have a three-step approach. So the first step is to identify application questions to be addressed by this project. And second step is to identify the principles underlying IAS 28 requirements and develop additional principle to guide how to fill the gap when the underlying principles in existing requirements are unclear. And the last step is apply the principle identified in step 2 to the application questions. So based on the proposed solutions developed by those three steps, we decide to provide some improvement to disclosure requirements at the same time. And we plan to publish the exposure draft in the second half of next year, 2024. Please move on to the next slide, slide 25. It's about the second comprehensive review of IFRS for SME standards. In September 2022, we published the exposure draft third edition of the IFRS for SMEs accounting standards as part of its comprehensive review of the standard. The exposure draft proposes amendment to the IFRS for SME accounting standard to reflect improvements that have been made in full IFRS accounting standards, including major standards like IFRS 9 financial instrument, IFRS 10 to 12 consolidation and joint venture arrangement, and IFRS 15 revenue. But at the same time, we try to keep the standards requirements simple. Due to the significant benefit that might be provided through including newly published amendments, as Jennifer already mentioned, on supplier finance arrangement and lack of exchangeability, we will publish an addendum to the exposure draft in a quite short period. To do so, we will be able to include the improvement for those amendments in the third edition of the IFRS for SMEs in a timely manner. The final standard is planned to be published in 2024. Then now I will stop talking here and then ask you any question or comment from IAASB members. So I will hand it over to Tom.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? Do you have a sense of how broadly IFRS for SMEs are now used? What's the latest count of jurisdictions adopting the standard?
Let me remember. Give me a time to remember. I will answer.
A rough. Is it in the 60s, 70 countries?
Yes. Probably 70, 80, somewhere in between 70, 80, I thought.
You know, one of the issues we've been asking ourselves at the board, and maybe something that your board has discussed, you know, we just published our ISA for LCE standard, and there's a question about how often you update the standard and how far apart should it be from the ISAs themselves. And it would be interesting to hear from you sort of the discussion that happens at your board about how often you need to update the IFRS for SMEs. I know that this is really only the second time since 2008, if I remember, that it has been updated.
Yeah, we have a kind of the idea about the 5-year cycles to update the IFRS for SME standards, because we consider it's quite important for us to give the relatively stable platform for SMEs communities. That's the reason we decided not to frequently update our SME standards similar to the full IFRS standards. That's the reason within this cycle of review, we are looking into those major standards like IFRS 9, IFRS 10, IFRS 15, or so on.
Okay. Any other questions on the active work program here? Nope. Back to you.
Okay, then, so I will hand over to Jennifer to go through maintenance project and our consideration of going concerns.
Yes, okay, thank you, Rika. And so we can go on to the next slide, please. So this slide gives you the overview of our maintenance projects. And you can see they're in a variety of different stages of completion. And so I'll talk about 3 of the projects in particular. So the first they'll talk about will be the amendments to IFRS 9 classification and measurement. So this is the one that's farthest along. It's on the right-hand side of the chart. It's already gone through an exposure draft. So I'll talk about that one in a little bit. And then the other two projects that I'll talk about are the climate-related and other uncertainties in the financial statements. They're sort of in the middle. And then I'll also talk about power purchase agreements, which is on the left-hand side. So if we can go on to the next slide. So first, I'll talk about amendments to classification and measurement. If you can go to the next slide. Yeah. So slide 28. So with this project, the IASB is considering narrow scope amendments to its financial instrument standard. And as I mentioned, this came out of the recently completed post-implementation review of classification and measurement. And so there are a couple of different aspects to the project. So one is to address derecognition of financial liabilities that are settled through electronic cash transfers. And this is the topic that came out of a matter that was discussed by our IFRS Interpretations Committee, and it was picked up by the IASB for clarification through standard setting. So that's included in the project. Another topic that's being addressed here is contractual cash flow characteristics of financial assets. And this has a bearing on whether cash flows are considered to be solely payments of principal and interest, which is an important assessment in determining whether a financial asset can be measured at amortized cost versus fair value. And then the third area of focus is the disclosure requirements for equity instruments for which fair value changes are presented in other comprehensive income. So the IASB considered feedback at its recent meetings, most recently in November, and discussions will continue at future board meetings. The final amendments are targeted for the first half of 2024. And then if we go on to the next slide, I'll talk about climate-related and other uncertainties in the financial statements. So this project was added to the IASB's work plan in March because of strong demand from respondents to our last agenda consultation for better information about climate-related risks in the financial statements. And stakeholders at that point had expressed concern that information about climate-related risks in the financial statements is insufficient and potentially inconsistent or not connected with information that's reported elsewhere by an entity. So the objective of the project is to explore whether and how targeted actions could improve the reporting of financial information about climate-related and other uncertainties. And the objective of the project was originally focused just on climate, but the IASB decided to generalize the objective to cover other uncertainties in addition to climate. And this is just a couple of the reasons, or one that, as we know, IFRS accounting standards are principles-based, and any targeted standard setting that the board would undertake would not single out climate, but would cover uncertainties generally. And then it also might not always be possible to quantify the financial effects of climate-related risks separately from the financial effects of other risks. And so it might be helpful to highlight here what the project will not do in addition to what it will do. So it's not planned to create a new IFRS accounting standard on climate. It will not change the objective of financial statements. It will not change the conceptual framework, definitions of assets and liabilities. And it's also not intended to undertake work on the accounting for pollutant pricing mechanisms. There is a project on the IASB's reserve list on pollutant pricing mechanisms to start that when there are resources available. So in terms of its work so far on this project, the staff has found that IFRS accounting standards are generally sufficient in requiring useful information about effects of climate-related and other risks, but there may be some challenges in application. And there are also, I think, some user information needs that go beyond the objective of financial statements, and those might be better satisfied by disclosures from applying the IAASB standards, for example. So the project team is exploring what they call a portfolio of actions, and these include developing examples to help improve application of IFRS accounting standards. And the team is also exploring targeted amendments to improve disclosures, particularly about estimates in the financial statements. And Rika mentioned earlier, working with the IAASB, and this is one project where the team is working with the IAASB technical staff, given the sort of the interaction with their standards as well. So this project will be discussed again by the board tomorrow as part of its normal board meeting. And the plan is for the next steps for the project direction to be decided in the first quarter of 2024. So with that, can we move on to the next slide? And I'll talk about power purchase agreements.
So Jennifer, can we just pause on that last slide? It's a topic of big interest in this room, since we're, as you know, we're in the process of setting a standard on sustainability assurance. And one of the themes that we've come across a lot in our outreach is the connectivity of financial statements and other sustainability matters. And so I saw Josephine raise her hand here. So I want to pause here, let her talk, and maybe we could touch on this topic a little bit.
Yeah, well, Tom actually just covered it off, Jennifer, but one of the things that it might be worthwhile us doing is connecting up, because in the outreach activity, this topic did come up. And of course, you know, inevitably in our outreach activity, the financial statements aspects, and then the front end and the assurance report, the sustainability reporting aspects were also brought up, and the connections between the work of the IAASB and the ISSB. And of course, that's not within our privy, as it were, but certainly that came through in the outreach, as to Tom's point, and we're likely to see and have seen some of this also coming up in the response letters. So it's more of a, I'm not really asking a question, it's more of an observation, but I think this is one where we could probably have some touch point meetings, and we can share with you what we're hearing. And I think that will be useful to your project. And then you can also support us from that perspective as well. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for those comments. I think that would be helpful. And the team is certainly still engaging in a lot of stakeholder outreach and trying to understand what's helpful. So I think that would be a good touch point. I don't know if Rika, if you wanted to add anything on that.
Yeah, we are going to discuss this matter tomorrow. But at this moment, according to staff's paper for tomorrow's discussion, staff is going to provide some example about this area of the information within the financial statement. So I think it might, yes, we'll have a conversation with you, probably showing you about what type of example we consider useful. It's consistent with your perspective of useful for practitioners, including auditor, to understand the location of information, especially what type of what information should be put in the financial statement rather than outside financial statement in connection with the climate related and other uncertainties. So yes, we are really look forward to catch up with you on this matter. Thank you very much for letting us know.
Diane?
Thanks, Tom. This is a juicy one. I would put this in that category. Quite interesting. And I guess absolutely agree with what Josephine said about the climate related. This will get, I'm curious as to how deep you go, because this issue, if I go back even to the TCFD many years ago when we had these discussions, this is exactly what we quite frankly wanted to happen. And you get into some interesting discussions about the time frame of when the risks may manifest themselves, either because of the transition risk or the physical risk. But that time frame element of how far out do you go and how do you really quantify those estimates could get particularly challenging. So I absolutely agree with that. I'm intrigued by other uncertainties, and I'm wondering if this is an opportunity to refresh the old risk roster and have discussions about cyber, if there's anything else juicy, my words, that might be in this topic, or is this or not, so because in particular something like a cyber, refreshing how firms and auditors think about exposures, I think is an important. So I'm just curious if there's anything else within this project that is interesting relative to new ideas. Thank you.
Isabel?
Yes, thank you. Indeed, there's a lot of interest on climate related risk disclosures that many stakeholders believe are missing in the financial statements and also sometime in the auditor's report. And there's this idea that everybody is flying blind in the financial statements on climate. But I used on purpose climate-related risk, and apparently you use climate-related uncertainty. So I also struggled with that word because it's not always an uncertainty. Probably it's a risk, and then some mitigation efforts to try to mitigate the risk and some mandatory disclosure. So I wanted to know what you meant by uncertainties. Thank you.
Okay, I'll turn it back to you.
Yes, about the scope of project, we named this project climate related and other uncertainties at this moment, but we actually consider, because our requirement when we think about IS1 or other standards, principle-based standards. So it's really difficult for us and also our stakeholders to extract any element of the assumption only related to climate-related risk or opportunity. So we thought, we think probably it's better for us to a little bit generalize the idea rather than specifically targeting only climate-related matters. But at the same time, when we think about providing hopefully a helpful example that practice can look at, we try to focus on the climate-related matter rather than other risks like cyber security risk. And then about uncertainties, S1 and S2, our sisters both standards talk about risk and opportunities, not only risk. And then from accounting side, we consider it's really difficult for us to define or take into consideration what opportunities mean from the perspective of applying IFRS accounting standards. So rather than pursuing defining the risk or opportunities, we decided to use uncertainties that can include positive and negative impact from climate-related risk or other matters. So that's the reason we decided to use uncertainties. And at the same time, we expand the name of the project to include other items, not only climate-related.
Okay. I'm sorry
I
to
hope
pause
I
there,
answered
but
the two questions.
That was a real. That I wanted to pause because it is a real interest around our table. Okay, I think you're ready to move forward.
Okay, good. Yeah, very good questions. So I think obviously stay tuned for more on that project. So I also wanted to talk about, as I mentioned, power purchase agreements. So this is another one of our projects that's gotten, I think, a lot of attention recently. So let me just give a little bit of the background. In July, the board decided to add a project to its work plan as a research project to determine whether it's feasible to make narrow scope amendments to IFRS 9 to better reflect the effect of power purchase agreements or PPAs on the financial statements. And so what we've heard from stakeholders is that entities are increasingly entering into PPAs for the procurement of renewable energy, particularly sort of wind power, solar power, renewable energy. So PPAs are part of some entities' commitments to mitigate the effects of climate change and to decarbonize their production processes and products. And stakeholders have expressed concerns that due to what they consider to be unique features of these power purchase agreements for renewable energy, that the application of our standards may not result in useful information for users. And just to give you an example of that, so in June of this year, our interpretations committee discussed a request about applying what's referred to as the own use exception in our financial instrument standard IFRS 9 to physical delivery contracts to purchase energy. And IFRS 9 states that contracts that can be settled net or are held for an entity's expected purchase, sale, or usage requirements are accounted for as executory contracts and not as derivatives. And so there's, I think, really an interest from some parties to be able to use this own use exception for these types of PPAs. So they're both, the scope of the project involves both physical PPAs and also are referred to as virtual PPAs. And so just this morning in London, the board discussed this project. So I can give a couple of the takeaways from that discussion. So the board, I think, discussed a number of different themes, including the scope of the project, how to ring fence the arrangements but to define the arrangements to make sure the project captures the right population, but also doesn't go too far in terms of making changes to IFRS 9. I think there's also a theme of transparency, making sure that investors get information about the risks for these contracts because they are long-term contracts and things can change over the course of the contract. There was also interest in looking at both, as I said, physical PPAs and virtual PPAs. And so ultimately the board did vote to undertake a narrow scope standard setting project and to explore both amending the own use requirements in the standard and also looking at hedge accounting requirements. And the expectation is the team will come back relatively soon in 2024 to discuss the project again and to better define what these arrangements are and what would be in the scope as well. So I'll pause there. I don't know if there are any questions on that before we go on.
None here.
Okay. So I think then we can go on to the next slide and actually go on one more slide. We did want to talk about going concern. I know this is certainly of interest to your board because of the exposure draft that you've had out. So we have had a look at that. And we understand it's closed for comment in August. We have had a few informal calls with the staff there, the IAASB staff, and with the task force representatives to get an update on the feedback that was received. And of course, we know the comment letters received are available to the public on your website. We understand there have been some questions about the management's assessment period applying our standards. And so we did want to reiterate a statement that we've already made, that indeed we have said the assessment period that's required by IS 1 is at least but not limited to 12 months from the end of the reporting period, and therefore it does not preclude a longer period. I understand that is an aspect of your standard that stakeholders have commented on. And in fact, just last week, I was attending a conference in DC, and our vice chair, Linda Mizan-Hutter, received a question about going concern. And so I think she had a good answer in that we're continuing to remind people what our requirements are. The board does not have an active project on our side on going concern, but we have made efforts in recent years to provide educational materials and to make it more clear for constituents what our requirements are. And I know you referenced those in your exposure draft as well. So we understand on your side, the task force will come back to you, I think, next June to discuss the feedback and next steps. And we certainly look forward to future discussions as you work through the feedback that you've received. So I'll pause there as well, see if there are any questions.
Leo?
Yes, thank you very much. And good seeing you both again. And you're absolutely correct. We have our, periodic calls in respect of going concern. I think I've expressed personal disappointment that this is not a project that the IAASB is working on. understand the reasons for it. And I'm glad that you're reinforcing what the requirements of your educational materials say, in the sense that the assessment period is at least but not limited to. And I would, I guess, encourage you to maybe even be more active on the alignment where we are on the matter versus, well, effectively how we interpret the standard, and that you're in concurrence with how we interpret the standards. And Rika, I know we've discussed this before. I understand the complexities, but I still have a bit of a lingering hope that something comes out of the IASB to reflect on our standards. And if so, that would be hugely appreciated. Thank you very much.
Anyone else here? I just want to, so this is one of the areas that I do believe that, recognizing our position, the IASB's position, but it seems to be, this is what I've been talking about in the strategy document, of where if we all sat around the table, there is systemic value. Like, we continue to get pushback on IOSCO, not pushback, but urging, like, can we come up with a more holistic solution? We're going ahead. We appreciate the cooperation to date, but I just think that on these and other issues that, you know, we have to constantly think about the systematic impacts of where we are. But we appreciate the cooperation, and we'll hope that the IASB may have opportunity in the future to opine on this topic but that's for the future.
Thank you, Ed and Tom, and also going concerned working group team members. I think we truly appreciate your continuous engagement with us to have the quite healthy and open dialogue between us and you. And at the same time, I truly appreciate Josephine and Ed and working team members to ensure the alignment between your proposed items within the exposure draft and our existing requirement, including IS1 and other guidance like agenda decision. So I think this, I mean, your exposure draft proposals are kind of the reflection of the fact we believe we can continuously maintain the alignment between your audit standards and our accounting standards, and also other literatures. So thank you very much for your quite hard effort to working together with us, and we really look forward to having another session with you to catch up on the feedback you receive through the consultation process on the exposure draft proposal. So I really appreciate your continuous engagement with us. Thank you very much.
Okay. I think we could go. Thank you for tackling that issue, which you knew we'd have some comments on.
Yep.
I think no hands up in the room, so if you want to keep going.
Okay, so thank you very much, and I will hand back to Rika for the next section.
Okay. Before moving on to the next slide, I just want to respond to Tom's question about the number of the jurisdiction that requires the use of IFRS 4 SME standards. According to the updated information in we updated that information in October 2023. So we quite recently updated information. We reach out to the 168 jurisdictions, and among them, 85 jurisdiction requires or permit the use of IFRS 4 SME accounting standards, and currently 12 jurisdiction is thinking about whether they require or permit. So that is the most recent status of the use of IFRS for SME. I just want to correct myself. And
Thank
then let me move on to the next slide, 34. And then 34 is about the connections between IAASB, our sister board, and IAASB, my board. And so we both boards really care about the outcome of how our products, our standards, what I mean, and also taxonomies issued by both boards work together. So we believe investors need general purpose financial reports to give them a holistic, comprehensive, and coherent picture of company. So they want to understand how matters reported within financial statement and in sustainability disclosures are connected. The ultimate outcome of connectivity, what we think, is holistic, comprehensive, and coherent general purpose financial reports. So that is a kind of the goal of our connectivity. And connectivity in our products and connectivity in our processes contribute to achieve that goal. And the connectivity in our product is also important to companies because we observe increasingly the same person within the company prepare both the financial statement and sustainability disclosures. So it's quite important that the language in IFRS accounting standards and IFRS sustainability disclosure standards is consistent and the requirements work together well in combination. So we have the process to ensure there is a compatibility of concept and there are no gap or unintended overlaps between IASB and IASB standards, and also our digital taxonomies. For example, we have the connectivity team led by 2 vice chairs of the board, 2 boards, to ensure they keep understanding. The team keep updating each board about the other board's discussion. And another example is probably one of the most recent example is we asked a few IASB members and also staff members to review the draft document of IFRS 18, the PFS project product. And we obtain their perspective from the sustainability disclosure. And we consider and reflect their feedback to improve the draft standard of IFRS 18. So we have the process and also that get to the connected products. And so actually, as you know, we are still in the middle of connectivity journey. So as time advances, we will evolve. And probably our stakeholders, including your board, will evolve. So we understand this is a current situation, but we need to adapt and improve to the changes in the environment of the whole ecosystem of corporate report. So more information about connectivity is available on the article and the webcast shown in the footnote of this slide if you are interested in. Let's move on to the next subject about digital strategy. So please move to the next slide. So about digital strategy, over 90% of global market capitalization already required to prepare some form of digital financial reporting. Jurisdictions with digital requirements include the US, Europe, China, Japan, India, UK, and South Korea. So as part of the IASB's third agenda consultation, many stakeholders said IASB should increase its current level of focus on such reporting. Most of these respondents said digital financial reporting is growing in importance to capital markets. Similar or maybe stronger requests have been made to our sister board, IAASB. So we decided to have one integrated project team of taxonomy and digital report for IASB and IAASB. And we decided to increase members in taxonomy consultative groups to discuss taxonomies and digital consumption from perspectives of both accounting and sustainability disclosures. So the team's effort had led to both boards being developed using the same approach to modeling and taxonomy architecture to facilitate the use of both taxonomy together. So this is kind of one of the best illustrations of our connection with the IASB. Yes, of course, we talk about management commentary and climate-related risk and other uncertainty in the financial statement project, but taxonomy is kind of one of the great representation of our connection with IASB in process and products to achieve the goal. Next slide, please. So the IASB agreed to focus digital financial reporting to help improve the usefulness, quality, accessibility, and comparability of digital financial information. As part of its digital financial reporting strategy, the IASB prioritizes those activities as shown on the slide. You can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 items on the slide. And then among those items, I want to highlight that we really definitely need to discuss with you about the global ecosystem of digital reports, given we have the kind of the limit of our work as accounting standard setters. So we definitely look forward to working and discussing with you on this digital reporting items in the future. So I think this is the end of our presentation for today. So do you have any questions or comment about the last two sections and anything that we haven't mentioned in today's presentations? So I will hand it over to Tom.
Any comments? Incidentally, for our team, as we think about our digital strategy and technology approach, I think this is a topic that we will have to address at some point as well. Josephine?
Rika, just generally, do you have a sense of, or do you have an idea of mandatory assurance requirements over digital report or digital tax, not the taxonomy, sorry, digital reporting at all? I just vaguely remember in my head there are some jurisdictions which already require it. And I was just wondering if you had any intel on that. Thank you.
Yeah, I also remember there are a few jurisdictions that requires giving assurance to digital report accompanying financial statements audit. But I definitely want to get an update from your board, and then we definitely need to have a productive dialogue on this matter in a short period of time.
This clearly is a point when we're talking about CSRD in Europe, which is going to require assurance of taxonomy reporting. Yeah. So it's a topic on our agenda, one that we've often had just off are active projects, but may become a topic of discussion as we develop our digital strategy. Okay. That's all from here. We have no other hands here. Rika, you could continue.
Oh, that's the end of our slide. So I just want to say thank you very much for your engagement in our presentation today. And then I think it's quite critical and important for your board and our board to continue having the productive dialogues on various projects, including digital strategy, going concern, and so on. So I think I truly look forward to your feedback on our project and then catching up with you on your projects at the same time, where we have the overlaps and then collaboration is meaningful for both boards. So I think I just wishing you the success of this week's IAASB meeting and enjoyable winter holiday for all of you.
And same to both of you. Thank you for joining us today. I learned a lot from your presentation, and we are certainly look forward to continued collaboration between the two boards. So happy holidays to you both, and I hope you have a good rest of the day and rest of the year. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Very much.
Thank you. Okay. I suggest now we're only 10 minutes before the break. I think we should just take the break right now for lunch and reconvene at 2 p.m. So that gives you about an hour, 10 minutes for lunch. And then when we reconvene, we'll address fraud. And then we'll have sustainability. On top of fraud, we're going to try to get a quick update from the PI listed entity task force too. I think we have enough time to do all of this. If we run over 10 to 15 minutes, I think there's some slack in our schedule anyway. So does that sound good? Okay. So we're going to break right now. Thanks. Okay, can we get seated, please? My vice chair's not here, so I think we could assign tasks right now. Okay, we're gonna return to targeted issues on fraud. And I see that we have the A team in place. Julie, I think we're gonna have some assistance from your team.
We are, so you don't
Great.
have to hear me again. We're going to cover the paper that was sent out later last night. We brought back 4 topics for today. We thought these were probably the ones that had generated most of the conversation, and particularly where they changed a requirement. We wanted to get this in front of you today so that if there are comments or feedback we need to take back and work on prior to Thursday, we have that. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Henkin, who's going to start, and then Angela's going to take over from Henkin after she's done.
Thank you, Julie. Michelle, next slide, please. So as you've probably seen in the draft that we shared with you last night, we've been very responsive to the comments that we've received offline and during the plenary session relating to control activities and accounting estimates. So for paragraph 38, the fraud task force further aligned the lead-in of paragraph of that requirement with the foundational requirement in paragraph 26A of 315 revised 2019. So this clarifies that the auditor obtains an understanding of the control activities component by identifying controls that address risk of material misstatements due to fraud at the assertion level. And then in addition to that, the fraud task force deleted paragraph 38B in response to comments that there were questions whether it was truly needed, and we agree with that. And we therefore, after collapsed paragraph 38A into the main requirement in paragraph 38. And then with respect to accounting estimates, the fraud task force linked the requirements addressing accounting estimates in paragraph 51 and 52 with the equivalent baseline requirement in 540 revised addressing indicators of possible management bias. And then we clarify what truly are the additional requirements in 240 in paragraph 52. And that wraps up my section of the session. And then I turn it over to Angela, unless we have the questions after Angela's sessions, correct?
Yeah, I was thinking that we want to take them on a section.
Let's do that. Okay. So we're talking about, let's do paragraph 38 revised first. If you go back, yeah, we'll do 38 first. Any comments on the proposed 38? Ty?
Talk to Jasmine during the break. I'm very happy with this. Thanks very much, Julie and your team.
Those are the types of comments I wholly embrace. Those that, now, I'm very happy that you're very happy, Kai. And anyone else on 38? Okay, so 30, I intentionally was giving you something to eat, Dado, just as a way to silence. I hope your comment, should I just assume that you're saying the same thing Kai said?
Unfortunately not. But my comment's not a significant one, and it's more to do with drafting. And this says in applying 315, the auditor shall obtain an understanding, but 315 already requires the auditor to obtain that understanding. And our suggestion would be that we use the same construct in paragraph 38 as you use in paragraph 37. And 37 says, in applying 315, the auditor's understanding of the entity's information system, yada, yada, yada. So same suggestion here, in applying 315, The auditor's understanding of the entity's control activities shall include identifying controls that address, etc. And I'll send a comment in such that you can read the entirety of it.
Okay, that in principle makes sense, and it keeps parallelism with other paragraphs. I assume that Kai will still remain happy, which is my fundamental concern right now. Okay, should we move to 51 and 52?
Yes, absolutely. Oh, no, sorry. Those are questions.
Do you really want on 51 and 52? Ida?
On this, I'm very happy with the changes made.
Now I'm fundamentally concerned with your happiness. Well, I don't know. It must have been the lunch that has gotten everyone in such a good mood. Yep, my favorite. Okay. We're all set on 51 and 52. Angela, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. All right, so with 54, not to belabor what Julie's already said yesterday, but I think what you've heard is that the task force is receptive to the concerns that they've heard from the board members, namely that calling out the engagement partner to fulfill some of these requirements directly, particularly sub-requirement 54A, which deals with inquiries of management and those charged with governance, might not be practicable within the context of a group audit, where you might identify fraud at the component level. So they've made the changes, as you can see. I was asked by the task force to kind of clarify a couple things, though. I think Josephine wanted me to clarify this, so I'll do that. There isn't anything flawed from a technical perspective, as we've articulated in the issues paper, of holding the partner to be directly responsible for fulfilling a requirement. Nothing, of course, nothing inconsistent with ISA 220. Nevertheless, well, the task force also wanted to point out it is of critical importance. This understanding is critically important because it drives a bunch of determinations, including potentially changing the audit strategy and a few other things that are articulated in paragraph 55. So they continue to believe that paragraph 55 should name the engagement partner directly, but we're changing the construct for 54 to broaden it to the engagement team. Auditor, yes, auditor. The one other change that's probably the other one of note is in relation to 54A, we've also changed inquiries are not always going to be required of those charged with governance, as many board members have pointed out. There's going to be situations where the engagement partner the auditor will be able to ring fence a fraud relatively easily as inconsequential based on the determinations that are in 54 and 55. Accordingly, we've inserted these words when appropriate in the circumstances is when you go to those charged with governance. So I'll pause there and see if there's any comments before going on to the next section.
Any comments? Isabel?
I'm very happy with the changes. And I also spotted that you added a reference to A10 to 54, which I really wanted. So thank you.
We made that because of you. Thank you, Isabel.
We're very accommodated. Greg?
Thanks, Tom. I'm also happy with the changes, particularly to 54A around those charged with governance. I just wondered about the additional reference you've added at the top, A7 to 10. So does that mean that reference is moved, or is it's still from paragraph 7 to those paragraphs as well, which was the point we talked about yesterday? What about A29? Because that, to me, is a much more rounded list of the likely ways that an auditor is going to become aware of a fraud. We're just, again, pointing to what I see as an inferior list and a skewed list.
So maybe I'll address that really quick. We did discuss that, Greg, because to your point yesterday, you had raised that that's a more complete list on how the auditor might identify indications of fraud. We'll take that back. We'll take that back, whether to just expand those references to include A29.
Okay, I think we'll,
So I think for the 829, why we didn't include it there is because there's already from 8.7 to 8.10, there's already reference to 829. Otherwise, you get like a whole bunch of references from this paragraph, and we try to keep it relatively clean. That was the reason why we had it. So in the end, the auditor will get to 829 if he just follows the standard.
Eda?
A really minor thing, but in respect of 45A, I was wondering whether making inquiries about the matter with a level of management that is at least a level above rather than the immediate level above would also make it a little bit more practical.
Okay.
Thank you, Eda. We'll take that back.
Anyone else?
Okay, let's pivot now to authenticity of documents and records, which is the application material that we've got referenced on the slide there, A26A and A27. The task force are proposing that the application material attached to that requirement, could be expanded. A27, the version that we brought to you was too narrowly focused on 500. And we got some comments from board members that they liked the way it was articulated in the issues paper that kind of explained that it's broader than 500 and you can encounter it as part of performing procedures in accordance with this or other ISAs. And also that the auditor might be made aware of conditions because it might be brought to the auditor's attention. So accordingly, we've proposed some changes here to have that A26 be the catch-all application material that catches those situations, and leave A27 to deal with ISA 500 extant. Now, I should give credit where it's due. Willie was drafted this, and I think we thought that was really good. He's our resident technical guru, as you all know. So that's what you're seeing there in terms of the drafting. Let's see if there's anything else I wanted to add. Nothing else on that. I'll pause.
Okay, well, we're either throwing bill.
Just to add to that, Isabel had noted one of the bullets in that example was maybe antiquated and didn't really flow very well based on today's environment. So we have deleted that bullet as well.
Good point, thanks.
I was just going to suggest that we add telex into it or something. Now some of our younger staff are looking up, what is telex? Eric.
Thanks very much. I like the intent, makes sense. Firstly, I just wanted to ask though, in A27, the examples of conditions which were before tied to the sentence that you've now moved, I wondered whether the examples are in the right place now or whether they should be moved as well, because the conditions are now discussed in A26A and not A27. So that was my first point. The second was really just editorial, but in the Willie sentences, audit procedures may bring to the auditor's attention or information may bring to the auditor's attention. I'm not really sure a thing can bring something to the auditor's attention. So there might be a better way of writing that sentence. Thanks.
We'll take those things back to use your words. Thanks. Maybe that was an oversight that maybe the examples don't organically follow anymore. So we'll take that back. And in terms of that other construct, we'll take a look at that as well. Thank you.
And to the extent that the drafting wasn't sharp enough, we'll include that in performance evaluation. Yeah. Ada. Okay. I was joking on that last one. Josephine, I put it back on the public record. I was joking. Angela?
I think that's it from us, Tom.
Julie?
Did you want us to cover way forward Tom, or?
Sure.
Okay, so we did bring back just the select number of items. We did have further discussions last night at the task force about more than just this list, but we thought these were the most significant. So understanding we're providing you a updated draft at the end of the day tomorrow that will represent anything that's come out of this discussion now, which I think I can fairly summarize as editorial for the most part. And the other changes that we've made, Tom, as a task force as a result of our meeting last night. You'll see that in the turnaround document.
Thank you. Any other questions on fraud? Great job, Hank and Angelo, for leading us through that. Can we use this moment now to maybe turn to PI and listed entity? To give a moment, Kalina, do you need the team to come up to the table for this, or? Okay.
I think we're probably good to go since you've got the slide up. Yeah. Oops.
Warren, we could see you today, sort of. You're smiling too. My understanding is that the PI enlisted entity task force wanted to bring back a couple of things to make sure that they were going in the right direction. Sue, over to you.
Thank you. It's a bit alarming that the team have scarpered, isn't it? But there we go. Yeah, I mean, we met last night, and Billy was very busy yesterday because he was helping us with the drafting as well. There's just a couple of things we thought it was worth coming back and showing you before we circulate the revised draft of the material that we've been working on. Obviously, same as Julie, these aren't the only changes, but these were the areas that we had a lot of comments on. So I just wanted to highlight the work we've done in the definition, which is on the slide here, and you can see the changes that we're proposing there. We had comments that the category D of the definition is hard to understand, and so we proposed to remove the reference to the purpose in the text. We did have a couple of drafting suggestions, one of which I think I referenced yesterday. There were links into sort of because of or due to, and when we looked at those, that didn't work because it was interpreting, or it could be read as that was the reason why there were why the law or regulation was established. So we've remained, well, we've got related to remaining there, and that's the reason why. And then the hanging paragraph, again, we had a few comments around the fact that law or regulation may not always define the extra categories of PI. So the wording there has changed to reflect the fact that it may, but it doesn't have to. So those are the changes that we are proposing on the definition. And then if I go to the next slide, please. The material in ISQM1 and ISO 200 is largely reflecting the decision that we made yesterday that we weren't going to repeat the definition in the requirements. So it's bringing together the paragraphs 18A and 18B of ISQM1 and the same kind of thing in ISO 200 as well. So that's in response to the duplication that we were talking about yesterday. We haven't shown it in revision marking because it's a bit of a mess where you're taking out all the things that were in the definition. So that's the clean version of what we're proposing. And then within ISO 200, we have added a sentence there which is referencing the firm's policies and procedures, which is picking up the point that we had yesterday around the fact that the expectation is that the firm will have policies. So again, that's reflected in the requirement. When you see the application material, that talks about the auditor rather than the firm. That was getting quite messy and complicated if we were trying to reference the firm, but it is worth remembering that the auditor does encompass the firm from that perspective in any way. So Tom, those are the changes that we just wanted to bring and give the board an opportunity to see and understand the rationale for what we've done in advance of circulating the revised papers. Vinny, you're looking at me like you're going to say something. That's right. Okay. I'm obviously happy if anyone has any sort of immediate reactions, but equally I appreciate you haven't had a chance to see it, so we take comments.
Josephine?
Thank you. Sue, maybe if we could just go to the previous slide on the definition. Just the thought that actually, I'm not sure if you need that last bit now on reflection, because the bit where it says law, regulation, professional requirements, because the requirement is for the practitioner to consider that in the work that they do, which you've now captured in 18A. So ultimately, all we're really interested in is the actual definition of a PI, and D already talks about an entity specified by law, regulation. So I feel that before it sort of flowed because it was in the definition and it's in the requirements, but it might be something to reflect on it. I don't think it's adding anything, and the critical thing is about the actual requirement on the practitioner to consider it. That's just something to go away, but otherwise I'm very comfortable with what's been presented. Thank you.
Isabel?
Yes, thank you. So on the definition, very happy with what you did because you fixed my 3 issues. So if we decide to remove the hanging sentence at the end, I'm fine too. But the way it's worded right now, it's not ambiguous. It's aligned with what we have elsewhere in the standard, and it's not using words that don't apply. So to me, it's really good. Thank you. And on the next page, if we can move to next page. Probably there's a little bit of fine-tuning to do. Just give a try, but on the fly. The firm shall treat entities referred to in 16 PA as PI.
Okay, well, let the task force take that back. Drafting on the fly is difficult. Anyone else? Okay, I think you have some feedback on that. What's anything you want to let the board need to know about what's next?
I think as expected, you'll get an updated version of the material. And we'll get it to you as soon as we've just taken reflection on the comments there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you to both task forces for all that work. I think we're on the right path here. And guess what we're going to turn to? Sustainability first. So Josephine is marveling that we all want to hear her again. Ken, it's great to have you at the table. It's particularly since I know that you have a lot going on this week at IAASB with a few approvals going on. And so congratulations to you and IAASB for all the progress you've made in the last week or so and over the last few months. So we look forward to seeing your exposure drafts out there and working with you on the consultation process. Clearly, a key element of what we've heard, and we're going to hear about this a little bit more, is the foundational element that ethical standards must play in providing high quality assurance for sustainability reporting. So I'm glad that you're here at the table. We appreciate your time. So Josephine, I turn it over to you.
Yes, good afternoon, and thanks for me as well, Ken, for joining us today. I just want to introduce Dan and Claire, who are going to be doing all of the, well, in fact, most of the heavy lifting and delivering the outreach feedback. I was going to immediately go to the next slide because what I did want, thank you for that, Michelle. What I did want to say is a big thank you from me to all the board members and, of course, the technical advisors who were all involved in this enormous amount of outreach activity that we did over those few months. We had over 500 roundtable participants representing 210 organizations. We held 2 roundtables in each of the 8 locations. So we were targeting separate stakeholder groups as well. So assurance practitioners, users and preparers. And you will be familiar with that sort of layout or setup, as it were, when we did that in New York. We had 3 global webinars to inform stakeholders of the ED content and responded to feedback then. We had over 15 presentations, external conferences, forums, webinars, extensive targeted outreach through stakeholder meetings in person. In terms of, these numbers aren't completely up to date, so bear with me, but we had 141 comment letters at last count, which is just an amazing response and does actually reflect the global diversity as well. And 39 survey respondents. There may be some that trickle through, so we'll obviously be updating that information to you, and you'll see that in more detail in March, of course. But again, I reiterate, thank you, everybody. It was just such an incredible effort from all of the board members. And of course, Ken, thanks to your staff team as well, who also joined us at those roundtables. We were really grateful, and they had to deal with some quite tricky questions and just did it marvelously. So thank you for that. So the intention today is really to, if we move to the next slide, is to actually cover some of the key themes that we heard in those outreach events, all of which were really focusing on these areas. And so at this point, I'm actually going to hand over to Dan, who's going to lead us on these key themes from the roundtables and the other outreach. Thank you, Dan.
And thank you, Josephine, and hello, everyone. Josephine mentioned, we just want to give you a high-level snapshot of some of the key messages we heard in the outreach, principally from the roundtables, but also from the one-on-one meetings and other events like webinars and such. The good news on this slide, and really something that's important to note, is the level of support that we heard for the project, for the board's great work, in particularly in the speed with which the board developed the exposure draft of ISSA 5000, and the board's commitment to a final standard in 2024. There was agreement about general agreement and broad agreement about the importance of the 2 fundamental premises in ED 5000, relevant ethical requirements and quality management standards, and their importance in underpinning the quality and consistency of sustainability assurance engagements. But as we will talk a little bit more in a moment, and you may hear a little bit more from Ken on this as well, there were questions about at least as demanding, and I'll touch on that a little bit more, as I said. And no surprise, but stakeholders mentioned many times the need for continued coordination with our colleagues from IAASB throughout the remainder of this process. So that was the good news. And then on the flip side, obviously we did hear a number of comments and questions about areas that may need a little bit more work in the standard. The top 10, if you will, are shown on the slide here, and Claire and I are going to just split up. I'll take the first 5, and Claire will do the last 5. So if we can go to the next slide, we'll dive right into the first of the top 10. So I might say if there was a clear winner in terms of themes, it would probably be all things materiality related. And that it breaks down into 2 or 3 different categories or points. Two of them are shown on the slide here. And by the way, all of these were mentioned in the cover note for the board. There's just a little more detail in the slides. But on the entity's materiality process or materiality assessment or whatever reporting framework might call it, stakeholders said more was needed on how the practitioner evaluates that process or that assessment. And there were suggestions that the standard may need one or more requirements to address the practitioner's work effort and evaluation. It could be a conditional requirement or requirements based on the reporting framework, but clearly the message was, please give some additional thought to that. The focus in this area really was on completeness. So in other words, how does the practitioner evaluate whether all the material information that should be disclosed in accordance with the framework or the criteria actually has been disclosed? And in that regard, some suggested a standback requirement of some sorts. Maybe does the sustainability information meet the overall objectives of the reporting framework or something to that effect? On the practitioner materiality side, there were questions about both the need for it or the implications of the bifurcated approach. Questions about, is it clear what consider means, what determine means as it relates to qualitative, quantitative, the various types of subject matter, and how that's going to work in practice. And just generally, comments that more is needed in a number of materiality related areas like quantitative narrative disclosures, multiple materialities, performance materiality, aggregation of misstatements across different topics and aspects of topics and the like. So clearly some work to do there. Double materiality was mentioned a number of times, kind of how it's described in the standard, how it factors into the entity's materiality process, and how it's considered by the practitioner. And then, as Josephine likes to say, a message we heard repeatedly, guidance, 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 basically more guidance, more examples on materiality, and basically highlighting that the concept of materiality really is underpinning both the entity's process and the practitioner's materiality, but make it more clear about how the two interrelate. And a balance is needed here in terms of what can be done in the standard and what might be done outside of the standard. The last point here, at least, is demanding. I already mentioned the support for the fundamental premises. There was overall support for a level playing field for all practitioners. But that means that there needs to be an understanding of what that playing field is, and therefore an acknowledgement that more guidance is needed on what at least as demanding means and how to demonstrate equivalence of other requirements followed by, let's say, non-professional accountant assurance providers and their equivalence with either the code or with ISQM1. And also mentioned quite a number of times was the need of the role of jurisdictional regulators and standard setters in providing guidance and monitoring and enforcing the requirements here. We go to the next slide, please. A couple of other top 10 items. One was groups. There was an acknowledgement that the principles in ED 5000 are helpful, but that more is probably needed in the standard to effectively apply ISSA 5000 for group sustainability assurance engagements. Basically, the comments were, bring in selected requirements and guidance from ISO 600 revised, and that might include identifying where the information's coming from, either entities inside the organizational boundary or the value chain, and then how to obtain evidence and the resources needed. So, whether experts are needed, other practitioners, and the like. A big focus was on the need for timely and ongoing two-way communication between, I'll call it the group practitioner and others involved in the engagement. And then as in many other areas, comments about the need to, again, to closely coordinate with IAASB on what they are doing on the group engagement side. The relationship with one of my favorites, the relationship with ISA 3410, and a number of comments here, basically on the clarity of scope and applicability. Stakeholders basically seem to understand that the intent of the board in paragraph 2 of ISSA 5000, but are looking for additional clarity. So there were questions about circumstances when a greenhouse gas statement is part of the sustainability information presented by the entity, and how the scoping works in that regard. There were also some comments that that approach in 5000 is a bit inconsistent with the notion of ISSA 5000 as a global baseline. That if a greenhouse gas statement is presented, and a greenhouse gas statement is sustainability information, then why is it necessary to apply two different standards to essentially the same information? And then, of course, general comments about what are the board's plans for ISA 3410 and some suggested options, either subsume it into 5000, have a separate standard that deals with incremental requirements for greenhouse gas statements, and other options as well. So that's the first 5. Claire, I'll turn it over to you for the last of the 5 top 10.
Great, thanks, Michelle. Yes, so I'll just follow on the second 5 top themes. So certainly evidence on estimates, forward-looking information and value chain was extensively discussed. This is clearly a very challenging area for practitioners already, and they anticipate that to be ongoing. So not least for the reason that their systems and processes are still largely immature for many entities. Gathering the evidence for this area is extremely challenging. This was raised in all 8 roundtables, issues around estimates, forward-looking information and value chain. So there was acknowledgement about the limitations that the information the practitioner may get to be used as evidence. Some suggested that if the expectations were clearer, and that would help the practitioner challenge management in terms of the information that they were providing. There was calls for more guidance around what to do if there's a lack of reliable evidence. There was a very clear message that from the stakeholders that they recommended separating forward-looking information from estimates in terms of the procedures, and to be that it wasn't adequate to sort of group those together. It needed to be dealt with separately. Forward-looking information being often very far into the future in relation to sustainability and needing specific requirements in that regard. On the second point on the slide there, limited assurance work effort. We heard a lot on the potential for a risk assessment for limited assurance. We did hear strong support for equivalent risk assessment to reasonable assurance for a number of reasons. One reason was to allow for an easier step up to reasonable assurance, because in many jurisdictions it is already locked in, and in others anticipated that the initial requirements for limited assurance will be elevated, if you like, to reasonable assurance over time.
And many of the methodologies are already based on reasonable assurance for a risk assessment for limited assurance following the path of ISA 3410. And the consistency between 3410 and 5000 was raised in 6 out of the 8 roundtables raised this point. So there is a fair bit of concern about that difference. And what does it mean if you're doing risk procedures, not a risk assessment? What does that really mean? There were calls for greater clarification of the difference between the work effort and limited and reasonable assurance across the board, and overall a concern around the lack of understanding between that difference, and particularly concern that that difference would be an issue for not only professional accountant practitioners and users trying to understand that, but also in non-professional accountants interpreting that in the same way as professional accountants might do. So having that consistency was going to be challenging and needed further clarification. And some called for that greater differentiation. So for example, there were calls for greater differentiation in the sampling work effort. If limited assurance decided the practitioner decided to do some sampling, the difference that approach may take between limited and reasonable assurance. And that also, some queried the difference in the internal control understanding between limited and reasonable assurance, because in the ED 5000 we limit the understanding to 3 components of internal control, not all 5 components. So moving on to the communication with the financial statement auditor. Of the topics that I'm going to be covering, the 5 topics I'm going to be covering, this one came out loud and strong. There were very, very strong messages about the critical need for us to have something more clear, something possibly a requirement, albeit may have to be a conditional requirement in here for the communication between the practitioner, sustainability assurance practitioner, and the financial statement auditor. And many challenged us by suggesting that we really needed to set the standard here, i.e. base this on best practice and push for that communication. And we can see obviously down the track, this is going to become more and more critical as those sustainability reporting requirements sit alongside the financial statement requirements, and both are fully assured into the future. So clearly there was acknowledgement of the challenges around the prohibitions, for example, through law and regulation or confidentiality requirements that could inhibit that communication, but we're very much asked to look at ways of addressing that. So moving to the next slide. We did have a range of views on various other matters, and I'm certainly not going to touch on all of those, but we've just pulled out a few of the more commonly discussed ones at the roundtable. Fraud, not surprisingly, was discussed extensively, particularly in relation to greenwashing and whether fraud and error currently in the exposure draft captured greenwashing adequately, and what that relationship was to fraud and error. And there was an awful lot of debate in the different roundtables about what greenwashing might mean. However, we also did have strong support for the conceptual manner in which we had addressed greenwashing through fraud and error. And some suggestions of considering a stand-back requirement at the end of the engagement to consider management bias, and whether the disclosures together, indicated bias in terms of obscuring other sustainability information. Again, coming back as well to that completeness point that Dan raised. There are a whole lot of other points on fraud, really a lot of different comments on fraud. It didn't indicate that anything that was in the exposure draft was fundamentally flawed, but certainly areas where more was requested from stakeholders. We also heard desires for a clearer framework on use of the work of others, so experts, other practitioners, and more particularly another practitioner. And to be really clear on that, particularly again, because of the different approaches that are currently taken by professional accountants and other professionals in relation to how they manage the other practitioners and experts. And some people were, I think, thought a bit confusing as to who would be another practitioner, who would be an expert. And how the assessment we made of the competencies and qualifications and of those individuals, and what scrutiny would need to be put around the evidence or the information coming through from those other experts and other practitioners. A further point that came out in relation to just general other matters was key audit matters. And there was an acknowledgement from many that it would actually be really useful information for the understandability and usefulness of the assurance report. But that said, broad acknowledgement that it was really too early to incorporate that, albeit that a few people did still, were still looking for voluntary inclusion of key audit matters. So the final matter of the 10 that we wanted to highlight today was first-time implementation guidance. So there was a very, very strong call for guidance. And as we went round the round tables, Josephine coined the Get Started Guide, and the Get Started Guide wish list kept growing and growing and growing. So we have what we call now a laundry list to distill the Get Started Guide list. But there was I won't go into all of the laundry list, but there was things like there might be an opportunity for terminology to align, to explain how terminology in IAASB 5000 aligned with terminology used in other standards and by other non-accounting practitioners. And might be an opportunity for examples, particularly materiality came out as a good area for examples, and navigation aid for the standards. So there were a lot of great ideas, and certainly there's a commitment to looking at producing that Get Started Guide in time for the release of IAASB 5000. So I'll leave it there, Josephine, and pass back to you.
Yeah, thank you, Claire. And I can't take credit for that terminology. I actually stole it from the TNFD, who produced a Get Started Guide as part of all their educational materials when they released their standards. So it is their terminology, but it's definitely one that people are really looking forward to. If we could have the next slide, please, then. So what is our plan of action? So we've already started, of course. We've got a massive team of people, including Armand and Megan and others working in the background. And of course, we've got Jamie, Susan, and the task force. Other task force members all working on the comment letters as we speak, so they are analysing those now. The task force will meet in January, and what we're going to do is focus on like the top themes. What are the top ticket items, and what do we therefore need to do in the actual standard? And so you will get some indicative drafting to look at and muse over for our March meeting. And then, of course, by the time we get to June, you'll have your first full draft to review and analyse. And the intention, as Dan said, we're still committed to a final standard in September 2024. And yes, so the Get Started Guide will be on its way by then, with the intention for that to be finalised once the PIOB, hopefully, fingers crossed, the PIOB approve the due process for 5000. So that's where we are. Now, the important piece there as well, though, you may not be able to see it because of the colours sort of fading into the title, is this critical coordination with IAASB, because of course there is that timing point. So we'll be able to obviously feed back to them information that's relevant to them in terms of our comment letters. And as they're going out and doing their own outreach, they'll be able to feed back to us. So we are definitely staying very, very close to our staff members of the sustainability task forces in our sister board as well. So that will happen throughout the process. So we just wanted to make sure that the board was aware that we have definitely got that on our target of things to do through the next period up to September. The other thing I wanted to mention as well, in terms of the at least as demanding that, and I don't want to repeat too much what Dan said, ultimately, we didn't have anyone who didn't agree with the fact those fundamental principles are critical. And in no way should we be changing or manipulating any of those fundamental principles. Everybody is behind that. It is, again, back to that, education piece. Just help us get our head around it. So we have an IAASB team as well have had conversations with the International Accreditation Forum very recently. And they're an association of accreditation bodies and other bodies that are interested in conformity assessment, and they're looking to help in terms of that education piece, mapping our quality management standards to their own quality management or accreditation standards. And so they're going to get back to us on that on timing, but we are in conversation with them. So that's the important piece that the board need to understand. So that's been really, really positive, and we've got to catch up with them in January to see where things are. So if we can move to the next slide, I'm sure Ken can also give you an update on their interaction with them. So handing over to Ken now, who was going to present us on the progress on the IAASB side. And then after Ken's had a chance to chat to us about what they're all up to, then we'll have an opportunity to chat about this as a board. Thank you.
Okay, Ken, welcome.
Thanks very much, Tom, and thank you. Thanks to the board for the opportunity to be here and provide an update on where IAASB is on the journey on its sustainability project and the related project on use of experts. Last week was a very intense week for IAASB. We went into the basically board meeting week with a very ambitious goal of 4 documents for approval. At the end of last week, we managed to get 3 of them done, which is quite an achievement, but I think all credit to all the teams that were involved, the task forces, including the planning committee as well, in relation to the strategy and work plan. IAASB has 2 additional sessions this week. Tomorrow, there's 1 session on sustainability, the second work stream, and on Friday, the second session on sustainability addressing work stream 1, but I'll come to that in a moment. Perhaps I'll start with an update on where IAASB landed on its use of experts project, because that was a unanimous board approval of the exposure draft addressing the use of experts. Essentially, the document, the exposure draft, will comprise 3 new sections to go into the code. The first section is going to be section 390. Addressing the ethical considerations regarding the use of external experts. And I'll come to the focus on external experts in a minute. The second section is going to address the use of external experts in a PIB context. So let's say in a reporting context, if you will. And the third section is going to be sitting in IAASB new part 5. And that is the part of the code that will address a category of sustainability assurance engagements according to defined criteria regarding the scoping of that particular part. So these 3 new sections will go out on exposure. Now, IAASB initially went out with a goal of developing ethical provisions addressing the use of experts, broadly speaking, meaning to say both internal and external experts. After a number of deliberations, basically the board came down to really narrowing the focus of the project to addressing the use of external experts for a number of reasons. One of those reasons is in the context of especially PAs, accountants in public practice, there was recognition that in most, if not all cases, those external experts will be covered by internal quality management processes at the firm, be it recruitment, be it competency evaluations, etc., and certainly on the capability side. But also importantly on the objectivity side, individuals who are working within the firms ought to be covered by the code itself because the firm will be subject to the code. And in terms of internal experts in outside of public practice, meaning in business, they would be covered already as part of a general provision in the code addressing the use of other individuals within an employing organization, as well as the application broadly of the conceptual framework. So that's a focus of the exposure draft, addressing use of external experts. The proposals do not address the use of management expert. And that's on the basis that IAASB considers the use of a management expert to be no different than using information that's coming from the organization internally. And the professional accountant then would be applying the usual approach to really using the work of others within the organization for application of the conceptual framework. The exposure draft is going out. Essentially, we proposal for an enhanced ethical framework. It is comprised of two parts. The first part is focused on essentially first principle. It is about evaluating whether the external expert has the necessary competence, capabilities, and objectivity for the professional accountant's purposes. And that is exactly the same principle that you have in ISA 620. It is exactly worded the same, and that is really will really help for purposes of consistency. Hanging off that principle then is really the elements of the framework. There is basically a flow of the provisions that take the professional accountant through the evaluation of the competence, the capabilities, and the objectivity of the external expert. And then there are a few additional actions for the context of audit or other assurance engagements. And that is in recognition that in the context of audit or of assurance engagements, there are heightened public interest expectations relative to the objectivity of the external expert. So these additional requirements kick in for audits or other assurance engagements. And there, IAASB is bringing in essentially the full rigor of independence in terms of basically requesting the external expert to confirm whether they are in compliance with the various independence attributes that sit in the in part 40 of the code in the context of audits, and the same can be said for assurance. And completing that evaluation of the competence, capabilities, and objectivity assessment, if the professional accountant is not able to obtain information to complete that evaluation, or if the conclusion is that the external expert is not able to satisfy any of the three conditions, if you will, or criteria, then there's going to be a prohibition on the PA, on the professional accountant, to use the external expert's work. The second part of the framework deals with the accountant's consideration of threats that might be created through their use of the external expert's work. And there, the exposure draft will provide guidance to assist the accountant in identifying relevant threats, in evaluating those threats, and in addressing those threats. So that's in a nutshell a bit of the framework that we put in place. As I said, that framework is going to be transposed into the new Part 5 that will address sustainability engagements, and it will sit outside of the independence standards because those are ethical provisions, they're not independence provisions, in recognition of the fact that external experts are not assurance practitioners themselves, but they assist or their work is considered for potential use in the audit or assurance engagement. So that's where we are on experts. Let me turn to sustainability. I mentioned there are 2 sessions this week coming up. Tomorrow's session is going to be looking at some final refinements to the text of the ethics provisions for sustainability assurance and sustainability reporting. Just to provide a bit of a brief overview of the scoping of the ethics provisions. Those ethics provisions will support practitioners who are engaged in carrying out sustainability engagements within the context of Part 5, but also any other sustainability assurance engagements. And that's in recognition of the fact that the ethics principles apply regardless of the nature of the sustainability assurance engagements. Those provisions also will apply to any professional service performed for the same sustainability assurance client. And that's in recognition of the fact that the behavior, the conduct of this practitioner in relation to other services that they may provide to the particular client might impact their conduct in relation to the sustainability assurance engagement. The workstream 2, the second workstream, also addresses the development of ethics provisions for professional accountants on the reporting side for sustainable reporting. And that is really just very intentionally, very deliberately focused on professional accountants. IAASB has committed to exploring the possibility of enlarging the scope and applicability of those provisions to other preparers outside of professional accountants as part of the new strategy and work plan. On the definition of sustainability information, we have had a number of discussions already, so I won't go back to where IAASB is going and where it is going to be landing on the exposure draft. Suffice to say that we have really considered all input we have received from Vili, Don, and others on the IAASB team. And IAASB was comfortable with the definition as it is going to sit in the exposure draft. Maybe the final item I would mention in relation to workstream 2 is in relation to NOCLAW. And there's going to be a new provision in relation to auditors or vis-a-vis auditors, in the sense that viewed from the vantage point of the sustainability assurance practitioner, if the practitioner were to become aware of an instance of NOCLAW or suspected NOCLAW, there is guidance there, there is a requirement for the practitioner to consider communicating information about that instance of NOCLAW, suspected NOCLAW, to the auditor. There's going to be guidance as to when that would be appropriate when it would be appropriate to make that communication. It's not going to be strict requirement, but it's a requirement to consider. And there's going to be a corresponding requirement sitting in the provisions applicable to the auditor for accountancy public practice in terms of consideration of communicating the NOCLAW to the sustainability assurance practitioner. Let me now turn to work stream 1, where really last week the board spent most of the sort of time deliberating the provisions addressing independence. So Michelle, if you could flip to the first slide. I just have 4 slides that I can take you very quickly at a sort of broad level. IAASB essentially is going to go forward with a new section, a proposed new section addressing group sustainability assurance engagements. That's on the basis of a number of reasons. First of all, IAASB is aiming to develop a complete set of independence standards. So unlike ISSA 5000, which is a standard at a sort of an overarching standard, the independence provisions that will be put out for consultation are basically a complete set. Secondly, those standards are intended to be the same level as the standards that apply to audits, and we already have independence considerations or provisions addressing group audits. Thirdly, IAASB is very cognizant that in a number of jurisdictions, and particularly in the EU under the CSRD, there are going to be mandatory sustainability assurance engagements, and at least in the initial phase, most of those engagements are going to be for the largest entities, and most of them are going to be essentially groups. So, so on that basis, IAASB largely agreed. It wasn't a unanimous decision, but at least it largely agreed that we're going to have this new section addressing system relations engagements. This is going to be addressing assurance work performed at entities within the organizational boundaries. So as you can see on this diagram, the dotted line is the organizational boundary. IAASB is going forward with terminology that is like terminology used in the provisions addressing group audits, for the simple reason that there's going to be familiarity, at least for practitioners that are used to carrying out group audits, but clearly there's going to be an educational element for others who have not been used to carrying out group audits. And those are going to be, as I said, those terminology very much parallel those that apply in the context of group audits. The provisions will address component firms that will come under direction, supervision, and review of the group firm, the reporting firm in this case. And there's going to be requirements addressing the group firm, the component firms, as well as the members of the sustainability assurance team, both the group level as well as the component level. Next slide, Michelle. The second new section that IAASB has agreed to go forward with, including in the potential exposure draft for approval later this week, is a section addressing the use of the work of another practitioner. Now, this concept of another practitioner, as you all know, stems from Draft ISA 5000. So it is another practitioner who's carried out work at an entity within the group. In this case, this section 5406 is going to address the work of another practitioner who's not under direction, supervision, and review. So if the practitioner who's involved in carrying out work at an entity within the group structure is under direction and supervision and review, they will be covered under section 5405, the previous slide. If they are not under direction, supervision, and review, they will be covered under section 5406. And under this section, the requirement there is not at the same level or at the same level of intensity, if you will, as will apply in the context of those who are under this DSR. The requirement there is essentially for the group firm to request confirmation that the other practitioner is independent of the entity in accordance with Part 5. There's going to be a communication of the expectation of the provisions that will apply to that of a practitioner. And in relation to other entities within the group structure, there's going to be application of what we call the knows or has reason to believe principle. In other words, if the other practitioner has reason to believe or knows of any interest, relationships, or circumstances involving any of those other entities within the organizational boundary, then that of a practitioner will be asked to communicate that information to the reporting firm, the group firm, for purposes of assessment of the other practitioner's independence. Let me also say, before I move on to the next slide, PIB was supportive of including section 5405 addressing group sustainability assurance engagements in the exposure draft. So that's that is I thought that was useful for to highlight as we go forward. Michelle, next slide. The board had a lot of discussion last week on basically the independence considerations relating to value chain entities. When work is performed at the value chain entity, there are basically two scenarios there. The work is carried out by the firm itself, the group firm. IAASB recognizes that in most cases, that's probably not going to happen. And that really in the vast majority of cases, it's going to be another firm, another practitioner that will carry out the work. But nevertheless, if it is the firm itself, the reporting firm that is carrying out the work, then of course that firm will need to comply with the requirements in Part 5. If it is another practitioner carrying out the assurance work, IAASB has pulled back a bit, and really the discussion last week was really about how to calibrate the provisions to make sure that they're as balanced as possible, recognizing really the unique circumstances of value chain entities. And I'm sure you've had a lot of discussions around how to get your sort of head wrapped around, the expectations and the extent of work, etc. And these are entities that sit outside the organizational boundary. The practitioner who's carrying out the work may in rare cases be under direction, supervision, and review. But our understanding, again, stemming from draft ISA 5000, is that in most cases, the other practitioner will not be under direction, supervision, and review. But regardless of whether there's DSR, IAASB essentially is going to propose that the same expectation, the same requirement apply relative to independence versus the vis-a-vis the value chain entity. And that essentially will be for the firm, the group firm, to be satisfied that the other practitioner is independent of the value chain entity in accordance with Part 5. And IAASB is agreed that satisfaction may be met by the firm really seeing or receiving a confirmation of independence through a statement of independence in the other practitioner's report. So it could be simple statement of independence that the other practitioner makes in their report. If that statement is not available, then the other practitioner will be requested to confirm their independence in accordance with Part 5. So that's a bit of the sort of the structure and the flow of the logic relative to value chain entities. The final slide, Michelle, if I may, and that is not to leave out consideration of interest, relationships, and circumstances involving value chain entities that the group firm might have in those value chain entities. And there's still some discussion at IAASB, but essentially where workstream 1 is going is to propose this new section to address those potential threats that might be created by those interest, relationships, or circumstances, for the simple reason that it is the firm, the reporting firm, that is going to be using or intending to use the work that has been carried out at the value chain entity. And if the firm is intending to use and rely on that work, and therefore is going to need to evaluate that work, then the firm has to be independent, or there has to be considerations of independence of the firm vis-a-vis the value chain entity. So in that case, again, it's going to be a calibrated, carefully calibrated, proportional approach that will be proposed, and that is the application of the reason to believe principle. That if the firm has reason to believe that there are any of those interest, relationships, or circumstances, and these could be financial interests, loans and guarantees, close business relationships, the provision of non-assurance services to the value chain entity, these ought to be considered in terms of evaluating the firm's independence in considering using the work that's been done at the value chain entity. So that's a bit of the kind of the highlights of the IAASB discussion last week. I would say, as I say, there's some more discussion to be had on Friday to close off those issues, and hopefully IAASB will get there in terms of approving the exposure draft. Thank you.
Okay. Josephine, were you about to jump back in?
Yeah, I was just going to say, Michelle, and if you could move us on to the next slide. Thank you so much, Ken. Really comprehensive update. Really appreciate that, actually, and to the minute almost. So yeah, Tom, I thought now it'd be quite good for the board to have an opportunity to comment on what they've heard today on the sustainability front. Thank you.
So I want to set a ground rule for this discussion. We are not debating any of the technical details because we have an outstanding analysis, the comment letters yet. So like, your observations of what you heard around the roundtables, something related to what your participation in the roundtable that maybe we didn't reflect on the slides, or some guidance to the task force on how to take this forward. One other thing that we should say is that wasn't reflected on the slides, but we will intend to do is interact with a number of our key stakeholders between now and our redeliberations to get some further insight and to test potential approaches, particularly in jurisdictions that have an immediate need to adopt an assurance standard. So if you hadn't seen, obviously Brazil has committed to the use of ISSA 5000, obviously subject to its approval, and Turkey just this last week did the exact same. So that's good news and quite positive encouragement going forward. Any comments? Ada?
Yes, thank you, Tom, and thanks for the update of and the feedback of the round tables. And that compounded with the many comment letters that have been flowing in will lead to some interesting discussions and deliberations. I am struck by some of the suggestions of IAASB and the, in my view, near impossibility of putting this into practical practice. I'll leave that for what it is, but it brings me to a point of discussion that we had last meeting, and that is the level of coordination with IAASB. And I, at that time, raised the necessity for corresponding board members and such that we have a proper feedback into considerations of either task forces to potentially mitigate some of the stuff that I've seen on here and that I've also read from the IAASB board papers, because I think there would have been a potential to prevent some of the impracticalities. And that was the question that I was left with, is what can we bring a little bit more interaction into this, because I think that would have been very beneficial. We talk about it in the strategy and work plan. It was one of the reasons why we had the meeting last time. And so what does that bring to effect? Thank you.
So, I think it's, look, you got an update here. I think we need to allow IAASB have their comment process. Will benefit from their consultations and participate in that. We have talked about internally the use to largely that the regular correspondence has happened at a staff level up to now, but there probably is a need to engage board members in that correspondence on discrete issues. I'm not sure correspondent board members on the task force is the solution, because of we're at different stages of the project. But I think the idea of elevating some board interaction now on cross-cutting issues is appropriate, and I think we need to figure out how we would affect that action. But I do think IAASB is near the finish line in exposure draft. We need to allow them to get the comments back. If there are practical challenges, I'm sure firms will be highlighting those practical challenges. But I do think we're at the point of engaging board members in the interaction. It will be useful going forward. Anyone else? Isabel.
Yes, it's back on the topic of reporting boundaries. And as I'm leaving the board at the end of this week, what I want to leave behind is that we need to be very careful in both boards when dealing with the value chain, because probably we all have in mind a group which is under control of the ultimate holding company. So it's quite easy because you have a holding company that controls the subsidiary, you have a management that can give instruction to the subsidiaries, and you have a group auditor that can give instruction to the component auditor. And it works well, and we even reinforced ISA 600 recently for that purpose. Value chain is totally different nature. There's no control from anyone, no control from the ultimate holding company, no control from the group assurance practitioner over all the assurance providers that are in the value chain. So it's very difficult probably to copy paste the concept we have in both boards to this value chain situation. Another challenge is that it's moving fast. An entity may not be in the value chain, and the day after, because a contract has been signed, it becomes part of the value chain. And at the time you accepted the engagement, it was not in the value chain. And it may raise immediately the day after some concerns that were absolutely impossible to anticipate. So that's just my my final words on that, is that we need to be very careful in both boards and prudent. Thank you.
Julie?
Yeah, Tom, I was just reflecting on Claire, your summary, and Dan, your summary around the top 10. I was not surprised about the top 10. I was lucky enough to participate in 2 of the roundtables and also, as part of our firm preparation of our letter. So I fully agree with your top 10, and I'll leave the task force to work on those. But what I was struck with a little bit, Tom, at least in the Canadian roundtable session that you were also at, was some of the insights that we got there from the academics and the investor community. And I think to the extent we can build on some of their suggestions, they might think things a bit differently than we might. So I thought that was really useful. So I'm assuming you had similar feedback at other sessions, but I thought that was quite interesting to listen to their perspectives.
Yeah, what it struck me, so I did roundtables in Europe, South America, and North America in 2 locations, and they were all pretty similar in the themes, though. The element of investors focusing on how much transparency and the nuance around the transparency as a solution, maybe going back to one of our elements, is that since there's not going to be a definitive point on some of these issues, that you could solve some of it via transparency in the report. And even this nuance around, we were told that greenwashing is not the right term because there's so many washings that we to it, but like this nuance around, there's something short of fraud that's around misleading elements that investors want assurance providers to almost, as Claire alluded to, stand back from. And so that was some of the really interesting points, is that you got some of this nuance and suggestions about how to deal with things. One of the other areas around this transparency that we heard consistently was, how do I know that the assurance practitioner has the necessary expertise in this area, and how, rather than just boilerplate that we have 65 experts in engineering and this, to give some explanation up front of why they were qualified to do this engagement, considering this engagement went from subject matter A to subject matter Z on it, and it may be different for this company versus another company. So really some interesting points that we should make sure we tease out. And when I imagine the task force will do is like almost consider it a menu of options from time to time, because there may be a range of paths to go down that all have some merit, and we may just have to make some choices.
And the other thing, Julie, I mean, we're very fortunate because we obviously have 2 professors now on our sustainability task force, which is incredibly helpful. But just sort of a slightly unrelated event that I went to, where we were talking about sustainability with educators in the UK, it came back to Dan's point earlier, which is what we're hearing is, even from their perspective, they just need that education piece so much. They're finding that that interaction with firms who are already starting to think about methodologies and already building guidance, they want more of that connection, so they can also start from an education perspective in actually building that capacity and training the students and making that piece of it happen too. And, it's all part of the whole ecosystem that we're looking at here. But there's also that aspect too, that they're also calling out for that education piece to support them. But yes, your point is more like getting their insights. And yeah, to say, thank you to our 2 academics on the task force.
Okay. Warren even acknowledged that he was being referred to there. I saw him on the screen, smiling above Ken right now. Any other comments? Suggestions for the task force and the team, or the army as we like to call them, as they dig into our 140 plus comment letters? Sorry, Greg. Yes.
Thanks. Just reinforcing Julie's comment about, the top 10, I think, is probably each of our top 10s for those of us who attended, which we all did, at least 1 or 2. Well, we had the 2 here in New York and then supplemented that around the place. So, I think the top 10 are the ones. There's a lot of work, obviously, ahead for the task force, for the staff, and for the board. There's a huge amount in those top 10, I think, for us to chew through. Just a thought, as you know, materiality was sort of one of my hot buttons leading into this. I just wonder if, and the task force may have already been starting to think about this, but at the moment, the ED sort of put the 2 aspects of materiality together. And I wonder if some separation between, the entities, which is really just a part of what is the entity reporting. It's a filter, really, on what the entity is reporting based on what the framework's requiring them and what entity developed criteria are also adding to. But the materiality part of that is just, it's a filter on what the entity is reporting versus what the assurance practitioner is going to look at. They're called the same thing, but I think they're quite different. You presented them as separate issues, and I just wonder if some more separation as you move forward in the way the ED is structured might be helpful. But it's just a random thought at this stage.
Yeah, so that's consistent with some of the feedback we heard, that confusion about roles and responsibilities and what materiality we're talking about. I don't want to get into too much more on that, because then we get into discussion. This is sort of the fine line from a due process standpoint I'm running right now. But point noted, it's consistent with what we've heard. Material, a lot of confusion about whose materiality and roles and responsibilities, and that may be one path to go down. Wendy.
So I just wanted to thank you for this session. It was really helpful. In between collecting the comment letters and all of the really good reach out, I did click into that from the agenda and I saw pages and pages. I am hoping at some point that we can isolate down the groups the same way that we do from the comment letter exercise, how many were investors, because I do echo Julie's point, and I love hearing from the academics and I love hearing from investors. And I'm going to add to that preparers. The conference that Jennifer referred to last week was the AICPA-SEC conference, where there was exactly 50 minutes for ESG, because there's a really mixed, I'm sure you heard it in the roundtables, on where that's going in the US from an SEC regulation perspective. But I also want to pile on as it relates to materiality, because it did come out there and the question was asked, what is double materiality? Because it's a term that's just thrown out. And then even in the responses, there were several different ways that it was addressed. So, but I do think this was a really important summary, and I applaud the work and all the different places that some of you have been in those roundtables. I was in that corner over there for the one here. But, and I also just lastly want to pile on to Edo's point about the collaboration and the cooperation between the 2 boards that I also brought up in the strategy session this morning. So thank you.
Okay, Josephine?
Yeah, thank you, Wendy. We will do that. You'll see that in March. You'll see the breakdown globally by respondent, etc. But the important thing to remember is it was 39 in my notes. It may be more now, but we built the survey to allow those who are stakeholders who might not normally respond or have a capacity to respond to actually respond to us. So we've got a good group there. And the roundtables were really nicely tuned into investors and preparers and academics. So we had a fantastic spread there. So all of this information is all part and parcel of our due process and coming to that final standard. But yes, you'll have more detail on that in March. And Tom did make the point as well. We're also doing these little workshops. So we'll continue to reach out to those particular themes in terms of stakeholders. Thank you.
Yeah.
Can I just respond to that? I want to say the survey methodology was great because I, like Julie, wasn't surprised with any of these responses because I participated and saw 3 letters, I want to say. But that methodology really made it clear what the responses were. Yes, no, maybe, and it made it very easy to respond. So kudos for that.
Thank you, Wendy. And, I think when you look at the comment letters, my guess is that some of the people who participated in roundtables felt that that was enough to get on the record there. And so that probably impacted whether they wrote comment letters or not. I think we have to, obviously the comment letters are oftentimes more specific, give specific suggestions, but it's the totality of input that we'll take into account as we redeliberate. Okay, anything else on this for sustainability before we close today? Okay, a few items. So first of all, thank you to all the observers for participating today by YouTube or in the room. We could close the session. I'll have a couple of administrative matters to go over after we close. Just tell me when